Welcome back. How you doing? Hearing me okay? Good. Good. It's almost over, guys. Been a long journey. I was looking back at some notes, and hard to believe. We've got, let's see. Thank you. Names in the chat for me. Yeah, we got tonight. We have next Wednesday, and then next Thursday is your exam. And again, you're going to log in just like normal next Thursday. I'll be here. Jason will probably be here. He might pop in next Wednesday as well, just to kind of give you sort of a series of instructions. And I believe you got an email today too. Let me double check. Did you get an email? Okay, good. Seeing nods. Yeah, I thought I saw that come by. So take a look at that so that you'll know what to expect. Where'd that thing go? Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they want to see your desk area. They're going to want you to scan because that's the same thing. Well, PSI doesn't do it anymore. You're there live, but yeah, they're going to expect to. They just want to make sure that no notes are out, books, things like that. Yeah. Good question. I'll see what Jay's. I'm sure he's run into that before. We'll just have to ask him. Yeah. Yeah. Anybody else with procedural questions like that? And anything's fair game. Feel free to ask, put things in the chat, send me things. Okay, good. There it is. Wow. Yeah. That's a very comprehensive email. So make sure you've read through that, I'd say by the weekend or over the weekend. Make sure you have full understanding of what is expected. There we go. So yeah, it'll be just like that. It'll be another version of a class marker exam where you've gone to take your midterm and your practice final. You will have done that hopefully through the weekend at some point. Let me know of any questions. Don't wait till next Wednesday either. Feel free to ask me things, send me emails, any sort of points of confusion. I'm fine with speaking out and replying to you, giving you an idea of what some answers could be. So yeah, it'll be another class marker. He will upload it for Thursday night. You will open that up and you'll just be sitting there, and I'll be sitting here and I'll be monitoring and making sure there's no weird noises that indicate people might be cheating. I fully expect that's not going to happen, obviously. Yeah. Oh, there's the question somebody had last night. It's a 2-hour time limit for the national portion. Somewhere between 70 and 80 questions, an hour and a half for the state portion, very similar to the PSI. And that's another 40 questions. You start with the national, just like you will on the PSI. And the passing scores are a little different. The passing score for the class is a 75. Can't do your exam on a mobile or a tablet. It's got to be some sort of computer, a laptop. He goes into detail. I'm just kind of hitting the highlights here. Yeah, your microphone stay muted. Your volume stays up so that I can call out, get your attention, and direct you to the chat. If I need to talk to you, I wouldn't say something to you out loud to call you out, but I would need to say, hey, could you take a look at the chat? I need to ask you a question, or I've typed a question in there, please. And that is the only way we will talk during the exam is via the private chat. I'll have it set to private, obviously. You get 2 pieces of scratch paper. You don't use the calculator app on your computer or your phone. It's got to be a simple, good old-fashioned dollar store dumb calculator that doesn't do anything fancy except basic math. No other things. Mouse is allowed. And if there is some suspicion of cheating, the request could be made to stop everything and show your space. Can't have anybody else in the room with you. You know, this is the kind of thing that gets a little tricky with Zoom. We just treat the Zoom experience differently, but you really have to, with this class and especially this final, really emulate what it would be like to be in a classroom environment, because obviously you wouldn't have all those typical Zoom household distractions. So you have to set that up. There is obviously leeway during the class sessions, and I think we've experienced some of that along the way. But for the exam, you've got to tighten it down and not have anyone else in the room with you during the exam. When you finish this item here toward the top, check in with me. Just type a message to me in the chat and say that you're finished, and I'll need to acknowledge that, and then you're allowed to sign out after you've gotten confirmation that I saw that message from you. Talks about connectivity and trying again and having 20 minutes to rejoin and resume. You get a break during the exam. You would make a note to me in the chat that you're taking your break so I'll know, and then come back. The camera stays on during the break. You never turn the camera off that whole evening. And then he talks about the scoring that allows you to retake the exam without having to go back through the whole class. So not passing, but at least a score of 60, you get to take the exam again. And that will be the following week on the 10th, on a Wednesday the 10th. That's the scheduled makeup date. Anything below a 60 would have to require going back through the course before retaking the exam. Now, occasionally, people will experience what I'll just call maybe stage fright, or they get to maybe the night before the exam and it all comes crashing down, and they will reach out and say, or they may not even give me the heads up, they just might skip the exam. And the question is, can I just take the makeup exam? Basically, they're forcing their way into an extra week of studying, and I get it. But keep this in mind. If that happens, you don't get a second chance. Like if you were to only take the exam on the 10th, that's the makeup date. If you took it on the 10th, then it's just like everybody else who takes it on the 10th. There is no extra chance. You gave that up because you didn't try it on the 4th. So if at all possible, there's really no or very few good reasons to not take it on the scheduled 4th. Because at the very least, you get that exposure of the exam itself. And then you have another chance if it doesn't go perfectly and you get below the 75, as long as you get at least a 60. So keep that in mind. Don't go that route. Just take it on the 4th, and then if you have to take the second chance, you'll be even better prepared because at least you literally experienced the exam once already. You'd have that under your belt. He goes a little more into that in this email too. Oh, and here's another thing that we run into a lot. Anybody who has not taken all of your class marker exams by next Thursday, you won't be able to take the final exam then. You have to have finished all the practice exams before they'll let you sit for the final exam. We've had a couple people before who got to that night and I don't get it. That's like the best studying tactic there is. So why would you have not done that along the way? So don't let that happen to you. Make sure you've gone through them all. So you'll be able, because you literally won't be allowed to take the final if you don't finish those practice exams. That's about it. Read through that very detailed for yourself. Let me know of any questions. Obviously, you can reach out to Jason. He's very accessible and willing to answer questions too. So all hands on deck at this point. Glad to help any way we can. Back to the Relink book. Let me flip over to there. Okay. Here we go. So we left off talking about the license types. And so I think we've covered those pretty well. We know we're going to start out with a provisional broker's license. You'll get rid of that provisional status by taking the 3 30-hour classes. You will become a non-provisional at that point, and then you can choose to become, once you have the required experience, a broker in charge, or even just not a broker in charge, just eligible to be one. And we outlined the process of doing that. Sorry, looking through something to share with you. There we go. So there's that. The and the process of becoming BIC or BIC eligible is the same. You have to have the experience, 2 years full-time, 4 years part-time. You have to sit through the 12-hour course, 12-hour broker in charge course online given by the commission. It's not something we schools can even offer. The commission keeps that for themselves. By the way, if you choose to have a trust account, because that is your choice, you don't have to have one, right? Firm does not have to have a trust account. That's another testable item. But if you do, you have to take the course. Or if you get hired by a firm to be a broker in charge, and that firm has a trust account, since you're responsible for it, you've got to take a trust account course. It too is given by the commission. That's another one that we can't offer. They give it only required if you're going to be in charge of a trust account. And then once you've taken that 12-hour broker course, then you have an entire year to declare yourself BIC eligible or broker in charge. Or if you go ahead and declare yourself BIC first, you only have 120 days to take the course. Okay, next thing. In the Relink book, it talks about the application process. We won't go through that. You know about that one already. And of course, using this chart. So let's take a look at some other items here. Let's go back to the comment section. Hopefully you're sick to death of this thing by now, because that means you've read it lots of times. You've marked it all up. It's very colorful and circled and marked. And so we've gone through it a few times ourselves, as a class. Some of that relink stuff we just went through is covered in these first couple of pages. I'm going to skip around a little bit, and here's one that seems to sometimes cause a problem. The part about willful and negligent misrepresentation and omission starts on page 5. And so make sure that you have a really firm grasp of the differences. And so in fact, let me get out of this so you can't see it, but I'm going to read a couple of these examples to you. There we go. Now it's just me. Let me read a couple of these and you tell me in the chat what it is. I'm going to set this to private. Then you can answer me. And nobody will give away the answers. So we've got a situation, and let's say that an agent knows a listed house has a defect, like a bad septic tank, it's not working right, or a leaky roof. And that agent does not disclose that knowledge, that information, that material fact to a prospective buyer. What is that agent guilty of? They know about it. They didn't disclose it. So step 1, as we've mentioned several times, you're looking good. Everybody's killing it right now. You know that they didn't say something. And if they didn't say it, they left it out. And the definition of leaving something out is omission. So yeah, it's some kind of omission. Which kind? The kind that means they knew about it. They knew better. So the question is, did they know better or did they not know, but they should have checked it out? They definitely knew. And so willful omission, by far, everybody got that. No problem. Good job. What about this one? A seller has a 30,000-foot commercial property and they can't expand it under zoning laws. Zoning won't allow it to be expanded. Buyer wants a property in that range, but the buyer has told their agent that they need a property where they can expand in the future, up to 50,000 square feet or more. Seller doesn't think to advise the agent for the buyer that the property cannot be expanded, and the buyer's agent makes no inquiry about it, even though he knows the buyer wants it, has that as a special request. If the buyer buys the property without knowing about the restriction on expansion, what is the buyer agent guilty of? What do we have in this one? What's the second part of the test? Is it omission or misrepresentation? That's the one to check first. And in this case, things weren't told, right? They didn't even mention it. So if they didn't mention it, that's omission. They left it out. What kind of omission, though? Is it omission because they didn't pursue the matter and look up the answer, try to find out the answer? Or is it omission because they knew better for sure and they just kept their mouth shut? That's the one I think that gets people kind of messed up. But most of you got that one. Good job. It is negligent omission. Negligent omission for that one. They left it out, and they left it out because they were basically slack or lazy. They should have gone to greater effort to find the answer. What about a situation where the selling agent working with the buyer as a subagent to the seller? Oh boy, there's that phrase again. Selling agent means they were redundant, weren't they? Selling agent working with the buyer, that's saying the same thing. But it's nice that they put it in there just to make sure you remembered what the difference was. Selling agent helping a buyer. And how are they helping the buyer? When you're reading that test question, that's your first thought. Okay, I know they're on the buyer's side because it says selling agent. But are they helping the buyer in what capacity? They helping them as a buyer's agent, which means they filled out an agency agreement that called the buyer agency form. Or maybe the buyer didn't agree to that and is still letting them help them in which case it's going to revert to that default role called subagent to seller. So that's what we have here. The buyer, the agent helping the buyer is a subagent to the seller. They find out that the buyer is willing to pay more than the price in the offer that they've made. Are they guilty of anything? They're a subagent to the seller, but they're helping the buyer. They find out, the buyer tells them, look, let's make an offer for $300, but if need to, I can come up to $325. But that agent doesn't tell the seller. Are they obligated to tell the seller in their role, this situation? This kind of question really tests your knowledge. You're like, do I really know what these words mean? Because it goes against our intuition, right? You're like, they're helping the buyer. So wouldn't they owe all of the fiduciary old car to the buyer? So in this case, yes, they are helping the buyer, but their role while helping the buyer is as a subagent to the seller. So who do they really need to give more duty to? The seller, because they're a subagent to the seller, right? So in this case, the selling agent has committed willful omission. They've omitted the information that the buyer has made an offer less than what they're willing to come up to. They owe to the seller. Keep in mind, this could be at two different firms. This could be an agent with ABC Realty and the listing is with XYZ Realty. But since that ABC Realty agent, selling agent, helping this buyer is not officially a buyer's agent because either the buyer client won't sign anything making that happen. Maybe they don't trust him yet. Maybe the agent didn't do a good job of explaining it. Somehow or other, they don't owe as much stuff to the buyer as they do to the seller. They're a subagent to the seller. They're not a buyer agent at all, although they are guiding the buyer through the process. So, yeah, they've committed willful omission. They left out that information. They did it on purpose. If that selling agent were able to convince the buyer to sign a buyer agency agreement, making them their client, making it so they owe all of the old car duties to them, now it's different. In that case, the agent doesn't represent the seller at all and, in fact, has a duty not to give up that confidential information that the buyer would pay more, right? That makes sense? So when you're reading through these hypotheticals, you really have to know the terms. You really have to nail down and identify who is representing whom. What about this one? A buyer's agent becomes aware that the seller with whom his buyer is negotiating is under pressure to sell fast and might accept something much less than the list price. Believing such information should always be kept confidential, the buyer agent does not give the buyer the information at all. What are they guilty of, if anything? They're a buyer agent. Okay, so they owe a lot of stuff to this buyer. That buyer is actually their client. And that's who they owe everything to. They just falsely believe that this information should be kept confidential. If they know that that the seller is under pressure to sell fast, they owe that information to their buyer. They've got to tell it. So they're guilty in this case. Again, this is another willful omission. They left something out on purpose. They've got to tell their principal, their client, anything that might affect the principal's decision in the transaction. As like an extra layer to this thing, what if in that situation the seller's property is listed with the firm of the buyer's agent, and the firm's policy is to allow traditional dual agency when it's an in-house transaction like that? In this case, what's the buyer agent guilty of, if anything? The original one was they know the seller is willing to negotiate, so wants to sell fast, probably going to be willing to take much less. Now that they're a dual agent, are they required to tell? As a dual agent, they're not guilty of willful omission. As long as everybody knows that they're doing it that way. That could be another problem if they are practicing undisclosed dual agency, but they have to make sure everybody is given permission for them to be that. That's the other part to it. Let's see. How about another one? The square footage one. An owner of a house has told his listing agent that the house has 1,850 heated square feet. The agent just writes that up, puts it in the MLS that way, does not verify the square footage. House is sold by a sales agent with a different firm, and they have told the buyer that according to the MLS, the house has 1,850 square feet. But the buyer finds out later that the house is really 1,750. So the listing agent didn't tell the buyer this thing directly. They put it in the MLS, and the buyer agent relied on the information read in the MLS. They initiated this, as they say in the example, they initiated a chain of communication leading to the buyer being misinformed, indirectly misrepresenting a material fact. So their failure to verify it constituted negligence, and so they, the listing agent, are guilty of negligent misrepresentation. The selling agent, in this case, helping the buyer, told that incorrect information, but they relied on what they saw in the MLS. So are they guilty of anything? Then it's going to go back to how good do you have to be? Do we have a responsibility to recognize how close it is in square footage? And in this case, it's right around that 5% mark. So they'd probably skate by. It'd be pretty close, but it would depend on it'd depend on other factors. But the case study itself says, if the selling agent had no reason to doubt what's in the MLS, they're not guilty of negligent misrepresentation. But if the discrepancy was so big that a reasonably prudent broker should have known, and as close as this was, it comes out to like 0.945, so it's barely over 5%, then they're probably going to be okay. It's just too close probably to change the ruling, so to speak, in sports terms. You see that a lot in these cases. Would a reasonably prudent broker have done it this way? So good job. Got a pretty strong grasp. Negligent misrepresentation for the listing agent in that case, but probably not the buyer agent. There's some other things that we've got to make sure we do correctly. That includes not making false promises. That's a classic salesperson problem. Promising things might get cleaned or painted. They give that as an example, and then failing to follow through with that. That's a false promise of a character likely to influence, persuade, or induce. Self-dealing is another one they like to test on. I see in practice exams. What's an example of self-dealing? What are we talking about there? There you go. That's a good one. You got it. Yeah. I could see that happening a lot. We got a couple examples of that where you go into the listing appointment, don't tell them that you might be an interested buyer. You wait, hoping that they tell you something that affects their negotiating position, putting your goals, your needs above theirs. That's the essence there. Undisclosed dual agency, they like to test you on that. Acting as a dual agent but not having permission to be one. You've got to have everybody's permission. Whose permission do you have to have? Well, your firm. The firm has to allow it. They may not. Many firms don't. You obviously would have to be willing to do it, and then both parties to the transaction would need to agree to dual agency. Is there any point in the process where you could just explain dual agency verbally or orally, and that's enough for a little bit? Can you just talk about dual agency without having it written for some amount of time? Don't you love those questions? And you're like, is he being tricky? It kind of follows for a minute the oral buyer agency rules. So in that event, when you're talking about oral buyer agency as an option, you still have to talk about dual agency too in that discussion, so they understand that that's a real possibility. Get their permission to do it before you show an in-house listing, for instance, and then that dual agency would also have to be reduced to writing at the same time the buyer agency gets reduced to writing. When is that again? When does that buyer agency need to be reduced to writing again? If you agree to this oral buyer agency period of time. So you could go for a long time as an oral buyer agent, as long as you want to waste your time potentially, right? It could be weeks and weeks and months and years. And all you ever do is show them property and never make them put anything in writing. And they never want to write an offer, because that's the point that most of you have told me correctly in the chat, that you do have to reduce this oral buyer agency to writing. Whenever you make an offer, if you go forever and never make an offer, you could just always be an oral buyer agent, but you'll never make any money, right? Oral buyer agency ends when the offer gets written. Got to be reduced to writing at that point. And there we are. There we are in the comments section about oral buyer agency. But without that particular nuance, if you saw the test question and it said all agency agreements have to be in writing, what is the answer to that? Is that a true statement? All agency agreements have to be in writing. Think about it this way. In order to ever get paid in this business, do all agency agreements have to be in writing? So while there can be an amount of time, I'm not even going to say short because it could be for a while, you can do that oral buyer agency thing, but that'll never, you're basically not in the business at that point, right? You may as well not be, because you're not going to be able to make any money. That oral buyer agency has to be reduced to writing. So from that perspective, the proper answer to all agency agreements must be in writing is yes, that is true. They must all be in writing. In parentheses, in order for you to ever sell a house and make money at it, right? Because you have to have even oral buyer agency reduced to writing when you put that offer together. What about this dual agency thing? What are our situations? What if we have true dual agency? We have a buyer over here and a seller over here. Maybe it's just one of you, just all by yourself. As a true dual agent between those two parties, and of course, here's your firm. What do you owe to the parties, the both buyer and seller? What do you owe to them as a true dual agent? What is it that you owe to a dual agent? I'm sorry, as a dual agent, what do you owe to the clients? Don't second guess. What are our choices? We've got obedience, loyalty, disclosure, confidentiality, accounting, and reasonable skill and care. So out of all of these things, someone has gotten that nailed down. The only thing that you don't owe is the loyalty. Everything else you've got to provide to both. Got to carry out their wishes. Got to disclose. Well, that's special because you have to disclose to everybody, right? And you have to use reasonable skill and care. So this disclosure and reasonable skill and care, you owe that to the whole world anyway. So you definitely owe that to these folks too. You owe confidential information, meaning you have to keep the confidential information. You can't disclose it. You can't tell the buyer the most money the seller might take. You can't tell the seller the lowest the buyer might be willing, the most the buyer might be willing to pay. I think I said that opposite. Even if you know those things, you have to keep it fair. You have to keep it equal and balanced and give nobody an advantage over the other party. So loyalty is the one that you are giving up here. And when they really grasp that, they might say, well, I don't like that at all. We're out of here. We'll just go down the street. Instead of doing this nonsense, we'll go over here and find our own buyer agent, and we'll come back and make an offer on your listing. And you could say, what? Okay, wait a minute. Got another choice for you. You don't need to go anywhere. I'll get my broker in charge to assign a designated dual agent, designated agent for you, the buyer. And I will stick with the seller because it's my listing. And I'll be a designated dual agent for my seller. What sorts of things could disqualify or not allow this person to be a designated dual agent? The BIC tries to assign it to someone else in the firm. What could keep that person from doing it, from being able to be a designated dual agent? Yep, if they're a provisional and you are a BIC, right? So it can't be broker in charge versus provisional broker of their own. That's not allowed. What's another thing? There it is. Yeah. If this person that is attempted to be assigned to this buyer already has knowledge about this seller, confidential information, because maybe the original dual agent, listing agent, chatted too much, or however they found it out. If they know, then no, they're disqualified. They can't be a designated buyer agent for that buyer. I think that's it. And so as a designated dual agent, we've got what? What's our situation when it's now, instead of true dual agency, it's designated dual agency? How do these parties behave? First of all, what's the minimum number of brokers involved when it's designated dual agency? Yeah, we've got one for the buyer and one for the seller over here. They each get their own. What else? What do they owe to their respective client? The L is back, right? That old car, including loyalty, is back. Now we can treat it like two separate firms. What if this designated buyer agent, after they become that role, because they didn't know anything confidential about this seller initially, so they are legally and okay, and it's allowable for them to be a designated dual agent helping the buyer, but then maybe they know somebody who knows somebody who knows the seller, and they find out something confidential. They know maybe a time frame that the seller has to work within, or a money thing. They're desperate. Do they have to tell their buyer? This designated buyer agent, designated dual agent helping the buyer, they required to tell their buyer if they find out later after they've started working in this something confidential about the seller? Yeah. Again, because we're treating it like two separate firms. You have to. And if they find out that confidential information, they have to tell their buyer client. But the thing is, yeah, it's going to be ugly and messy. Somebody says it's all on somebody's word or on trust. Yeah. There's probably that element in there in the mix, and it's going to depend on whoever's complaining and how much proof they have, I guess, and how honest the people are, and a bunch of stuff, a bunch of mess. But we're just talking about the basic laws and rules and how it all goes down. Not fun. That's the sort of thing. One of those situations is probably what keeps a firm or causes a firm or an agent from saying, I'm not doing that ever again. And so when I have to teach those continuing ed classes, they say, no, we don't do either one. Or maybe our firm will let us do one, but not the other. Probably because they had a situation, or because they heard of a terrible one that scared them so much that they don't want to risk having a situation like that, like what you're talking about. Yeah. Real ugly, real messy. All right. That's dual and designated dual. What about how many designated dual agents would be in one given transaction? At least two, but is it no more than two? How many brokers within the firm could be in the mix? That's a good way of saying it. Somebody says no less than two. It could be a whole crew. I mean, an entire team. All the little stick figures I can draw, because this is an entire ABC action group real estate team over here, and they all are designated for that buyer. And maybe there's a handful over here helping the seller. So there's no maximum. But if they are all designated buyer agents for that buyer, that's what they are. And then this crew is helping the seller as designated seller agents. What about the remaining members of the firm? There's still some firm people that aren't involved in that actual transaction, but they do work for the firm. What would their role be? Don't have anything to do with it, but they do have a title. What are they called? Some various titles that we've run across in lots of different situations are buyer's agent, sub-agent to seller, dual agent, designated dual agent, all of those sorts of things. Which of those options are the rest of the members in the firm? They're not involved in this particular transaction. That's only between this group and this group, but that firm still has other people in it, uninvolved in that specific transaction. But what is their role? Are they a buyer agent, a sub-agent to seller, or a dual agent? There you go. Marcus got it. True dual agents. They're considered true dual agents. Think about what their role would be. And for one thing, they're not going to know anything really. about the transaction. They're not involved in it. Somebody said up there in the chat, they're out there doing their own thing. This is a transaction between these folks, not the rest of the people in the firm. But what would the limitation make sense to be for these? Well, none of these other people in the firm can give either party an advantage over the other. They have to be honest and ethical and fair. They can't give up any confidential information that they might know. And that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Everybody else in the firm, if they were to be knowledgeable, involved in the transaction, that would be their role. They have not been designated specifically, these guys. So they are true dual agents. The ones that are involved in the transaction are designated. It's probably not going to be quite like this in general. It's probably going to be one for each side. And then all the rest of the firm members are the true dual agents too, and they have no idea what's going on with that transaction. Don't care. They're not making any money from it. They're out there doing their thing, so it's almost irrelevant. But since you're learning the laws and the rules, you do need to know, I guess, officially what the roles of people are. So, and don't feel bad, because there's plenty of CE students who've been in the business 10, 20 years that get this wrong all the time. But it was specifically addressed in this year's CE, or I probably would have gotten it wrong too. Okay, what else? We talked about, well, that's all dual agency stuff. They get into the difference between as an individual versus multiples. There's designated. Here we go. The broker, I think we answered this one already. Yesterday or last night, we talked about any sort of changes of names, addresses, phone numbers, emails. Got to tell the commission within 10 days. That's no different. I don't think they'll test you on this, but it's mentioned here in the comments. If a broker wants to advertise under a name that does not include their own last name, then they would have to register that different name with the Register of Deeds office as an assumed name, so that it could be tracked down, so that it's not a secret. You might say, well, instead of operating as Marcus, I want to operate as like my favorite, I don't know, whatever kind of mascot or sports team or remote kind of general interest you might have, or some sort of maybe an action verb kind of a thing, and that's how you want to operate. Or if you just want to be known as Marcus, like Prince or Madonna, you would have to fill out an assumed name thing. It's only if you include the last name Tillery, the surname, then you would not need to register an assumed name, because that is your name. The Marcus name's not specific enough to be okay. If you just said, call Marcus, and that's the only way you were ever called. There's a guy, by the way, out there. You should check him out. When it comes time to take the next step and look into like actually how to do the business, you may have already seen him on Instagram. He's called the Tattooed Realtor. And if you look up, I think he might have the domain name calltattoo.com. I mean, it's face and neck. It's just the littlest bit of face is peeping out amongst all this ink, but he is killing it. And it's only been like 2 years. He was a truck driver, and he jumped into real estate and just decided to claim what he does and what he's about. And everybody told him, you're crazy. Nobody's going to want to do business with you. You're tatted up from head to toe. And he just made it his baby, his own thing. So he calls himself, I don't know if it's an entity or what, but he is known as, his little statement is called Tattoo. He just calls himself Tattoo, or his name is Justin Mercer, I believe. But he would have to, in North Carolina, he's not, but if he were, he'd have to fill out, if he's operating in that way and known that way, that's not his name, so he'd have to fill out an assumed name form. Advertising. What's our concerns with advertising? What sorts of things is our broker in charge? Yeah, for sure. Give me some of those midterm questions and we'll go through that after the break. Yeah, fair housing is a big one. What's another one? We'll give examples of each of these things. Fair housing could be when you describe who you think might want to live there instead of talking about the property itself. That's when people start getting in trouble and making assumptions, putting their own value judgments as agents into who might live where. Yeah, there you go. The other one, that's a good one. I wasn't even thinking about that. Joseph says interest rates or anything pertaining to the payment, because then we have stumbled upon a trigger term, and that trigger term must be accompanied by the other things that affect it. So if the test question kind of is worded like this and says, can you advertise using trigger terms? The answer is yes, you can. But what is it required of you? What is required of you in order to advertise a trigger term like a payment or an interest rate? Telling all the other stuff, telling the whole story, the whole picture. And then the other one is a blind ad, right? Blind ad meaning, did you admit that you're a broker? You will get far more calls if you act like you're a seller, because people like to think and want to interact with the seller. They want to kind of go around the broker sometimes, but not allowed. That'd be a blind ad. You've got to say, look, got to put your firm name, got to label yourself a broker. As a provisional broker, you have to do one more thing. Not only do you have to admit that you're a broker, but what other piece of information do you have to include in an advertisement if you're provisional? You need to tell your firm either way, but it has to do with your broker in charge. How could a member of the general public reach your broker in charge if you screw up? There it is. Yeah, the phone number of the firm. That alone, because I'm a little bit proprietary, if I were a provisional, I would bust my tail to get non-provisional, just so that if I'm spending money on ads, I don't want to put any other phone number in there except the one that comes straight to me. So that's enough reason for me to get it done, right? But because you'd have to put the general broker's number in there, the general firm number. And what happens in a lot of these firms is they direct or forward the phones after hours to whoever's doing call time. And you'd have your turn at that if you chose to, but potentially the person down the hall would be answering a call that came in because it was one of your listings. And that's fine. I'm all about the team effort, but if at all possible, I'd like to double dip and get that buyer lead myself. If they call on my listing, I want to deal with them. They probably won't buy the listing, but they might buy something. And if it were my work, my ad that I paid money for as a provisional broker, you've got to include the firm number. You should put yours in there too, but you at least have to put the firm number. Once you become non-provisional, you don't have to put the firm phone number. It can just be the one of your choice. When do we have to deliver things that our clients sign? How much time do we have to deliver things to our client that they have signed? It's the same number that applies in a lot of cases. Yeah, in this business. Soon as possible is great, but at least no longer than 3 days. There it is. They say that specifically here. Doesn't mean wait 3 days. It says do your best to do it ASAP, but definitely don't go longer than 3 days. So you've got to give those things they signed to them. Yeah. But you also need to give them and turn them into your office. Give them to your BIC or whoever your BIC has you give them to, probably an office administrator. And then you should keep a copy too. How can you keep a copy? What are the different methods you're allowed to keep your records? And then you know what my next question is after that. How can you keep your records for every transaction? Yeah, digital works. Thank goodness. So you don't have to have a billion boxes. And then the next question is how many years? How many years or how long? There you go. How long do we have to keep all of our records of every transaction? The Real Estate Commission says just keep them at least 3 years. Keep them 3 years. Now, not to say that you should purge them. My wife, at 3 years and 1 minute, is purging stuff. She does not keep things. However, there is something to be said for what if there's some sort of crazy litigation that happens after the 5th year, 7th year, 9th year. Might help your cause if you could go back and pull something out that helps get you back in action and get somebody off your case. So might not be a bad idea to go longer, but the Real Estate Commission just wants 3. And that's what you'd be tested on. They make a mention here that anytime things are signed, copies are fine. Give them copies, but just don't wait until later or the very end of the transaction. Make sure that you give them within those 3 days. There's our retention of records moment that we talked about just now, 3 years. And what does that include? What has to be kept in your records for 3 years? What sorts of things? Obviously contracts, but what else? Think of maybe as a buyer agent in the last couple of years, and your buyer wants to make offers and they inevitably lose the first 5. You end up having to write 14 offers with that buyer before one gets accepted. Are you keeping 14 sets of offers on 14 different houses for 3 years? You bet. Yeah. Good thing they let it be digital, right? You're killing lots of trees. So everything, even text message chains. Oh my gosh. Think about your text messages. How many do you send in a day? And you've got to keep track of that stuff. That was the worst news ever. Once upon a time years ago. So texts, emails, obviously the paperwork, sketches, they even talk about advertising, everything surrounding that transaction. So this has now become, you thought you were just in it to show and sell houses. This is looking an awful lot like office work. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. If you're the person who's classically the salesperson, you're going to need to get some help because you're going to be bad at this part. And I speak as a person who's bad at this part. I don't like this part. And so people like me need to hire it out or use really good systems and take the time to set them up so that they're recorded. There's various contact management systems available. Follow Up Boss is one that I'm using now. I just got onto Top Producer, Lone Wolf, all kinds of stuff. And a good one, if you use it loyally, will keep track of all that stuff for you. What you don't want is to not have that stuff in place when there is an inquiry to be made. You want to be able to go get your hands on it quickly because you've got to, if the commission makes a request and sends you what's known as the big brown envelope, then how many days do you have to respond to their request for information surrounding a complaint? Might not be that they were complaining about you, but you were named in the peripheral. And so you've got the envelope, you've got to respond within how many days? There's really no reason you'd know it unless you deep dived into the content, but it's 14 days. 14 days that they give you to round up your side of the story and make your response. So you're responding to the allegations and you're providing whatever documents the commission asks of you. I have to sit through certain classes and courses as an educator just to maintain that status. And I've been told by the Real Estate Commission people, not the actual non-commissioners, but the workers who carry out all these things, to tell you guys, don't give us something we don't ask for. Whatever they ask for, That's what you send. Don't get carried away and think they'll have mercy on you because you just gave them access to your whole file cabinet. If they've got it in their possession, they're going to keep looking. And they said this. So just send them what the requested information is and roll on. And by the way, if you do have to go up there to Raleigh and appear before them, who should go with you? If you're a provisional broker, who's going to be going with you? Yeah, your BIC will be brought into this mix too. If you're non-provisional, your BIC, unless they are found to be or suspected to be a part of the misbehavior, if that's what's happening, they're going to be called up too, but not because you're their, not because they're your BIC. If you're non-provisional, they typically wouldn't have to go up and appear before, but you should consult an attorney for sure. You should really consider taking one with you, having one go there, because it is, it could be the start of quite the process, and you want to make sure that you don't say something that you think is innocent and not that big a deal, but turns out to be something catastrophic. Let's go ahead and take our break. When we come back, think about midterm exam. I'll have that pulled up and we'll start going through some exam questions. I'll see you in 10. take a look at the midterm questions of your choice. If you don't have any, I'll just pick some, but definitely let me know if something comes to mind. There we go. I'm going to try to block the answer. I don't know if I'll be successful with this technique or not, but might help a little bit if you don't have it right away. I don't think I'll be able to because they're putting that right in there in the way. Okay, got it. 56. Let's go down to 56. Alrighty. Is this the right one? Where'd you go? Yep. So property sells for $650,000, has a width of 125 feet and a depth of 400 feet. What is the cost per front foot? What do we mean by front foot? How's that different than square feet? Front feet versus square feet. Yeah, front footage is the first number in the dimensions. So if they say the width of 125 and the depth of 400, they're talking about front footage is 125 feet. That's what's the street. That's what's at the street. So let me take a look. Let's share this. This is a scratch paper problem. So we've got a 125 feet across the front. There's our street. And we've got a 400 foot depth. I'm drawing real straight tonight. I'm just going to cheat a little bit. 400 feet deep, 125 across. Does the 400 even matter? So if it's 125 feet at selling for $650,000, we're going to take that sale price and divide it by our 125 front footage. And that will reveal to us how the dollars per front feet. In this case, 5,200. Right? So that might be another thing you add to your T formula, your circle formulas. I think probably a better solution that'll serve you better at the exam is if that's the sort of thing that catches you off guard or caught you off guard, make up 5 more for yourself, or I'll do it. And just realize, okay, it's per front foot. It's a front foot problem, not a square foot problem. So front footage, what do I need to do? If I know what it's sold for and I know how many feet there are, that's a rate, right? We're creating a rate. It's dollars per front foot. And so we know where to put it and make our own circle formula over it. The thing that we're dividing by is going to be on the bottom, and the thing it's dividing into is going to be on top. And that's going to leave, or what remains is the answer, in this case, the dollars per front foot. What if they had said, what is the cost per square foot? This is another thing to do with these exam questions. Turn them into additional practice questions. What if they had said dollars per square foot? It still sells for $650 total, but they want to know cost per square feet. How many square feet are there? There we go. Thank you. 125 times 400. 50,000. 50,000 square feet. And we're just going to do that same kind of math. It's just going to be the 650 and divide it by the square feet. Oops. $13. That makes sense? If it's $13 a square foot and we're buying 50,000 square feet, yep, goes that way too. Not a very realistic sounding amount, but what else? We had a 71. What do we have on 71? Let me pull that one up. Kristen reviews the working with real estate agents disclosure. Let me reveal that. There we go. She reviews the working with agents disclosure with her clients, the Browns. They have not chosen to sign buyer agency at this time. While showing properties, the Browns have asked to view something listed by another agent in Kristen's, yeah, we'll do. I saw that in the chat. Browns have asked to view a property listed by another agent in her firm. She explains what dual agency is, and the Browns say, yeah, okay, we'll do that. Which of the following statements is true? Is it true that Kristen may not show any properties listed with her firm until the Browns agree to dual agency in writing? She can still show them. She just needs to make sure they understand that if she's a dual agent, what does that mean? The Browns must agree to designate a dual before Kristen can show the property. Is that true? No. Not quite. Before showing the property, she should confirm that the sellers have authorized her firm to act as a dual agent. So this is one of those questions where you absolutely have to see what all the options are, because some might actually be pretty decent answers, but they're looking for what is the best answer. Seller's agency agreement should be amended to add the Browns' signatures to authorize dual. Well, no, the Browns are the buyers, so they wouldn't be signing the listing agreement. So that wouldn't work. So it's C. Tell me if you have more questions about C. Why that's the right answer too, for any of these that you request. Let's see. Yeah. So the reason that matters is if the sellers aren't going to allow it, dual agency to begin with, then there's no point in showing the property. And you really wouldn't be allowed to show the property because they don't want you to be a dual agent. So therefore, you couldn't proceed without their go ahead. Let's see. Anything else in the midterm? Be thinking about that. I'm just going to go line by line with requests. I saw your other one. We'll do prorated taxes here in a minute. Let's hit that 59. After a verbal, and by the way, on the PSI, you won't ever see this Roman numeral 1 and 2 kind of thing. But it accomplishes the goal of reviewing the information. Yeah, either or, neither, all that nonsense. After verbal discussion, a selling agent has submitted to the seller's agent an offer signed by their buyer client. Okay, what do we know from this first line? We got a selling agent helping the buyer. We have a seller's agent helping the seller. What's the role of the selling agent, just based on that first sentence? Are they a buyer agent or a sub-agent to seller? What does it call the buyer? What does it name the buyer as? The question says the buyer is the client. So that pretty much reveals that we're going to be seeing probably more proof in the rest of the question here, but this is a buyer agent we're dealing with. If the buyer is the client to them as opposed to the customer, then what they are, that selling agent is a buyer's agent. If it had said an offer signed by their buyer customer, then that selling agent would be a sub-agent to seller. Does that make sense? Make a little note of that. That'll kind of help you stay on track and answer properly. So we have a buyer agent submitting an offer to the listing agent. After a verbal discussion, the seller signs the offer and the seller's agent calls the selling agent to give notification that the contract was accepted. During the call, the agent requested immediate submission of earnest and due diligence money. They have not yet been received. Which of the following is true? Is it true that the buyer must submit the earnest and due diligence money no later than 3 days after acceptance of the contract, and failing to do so gives the seller unilateral right to cancel? Or, either or, is it true that all monies must be given to the seller or seller's agent in the form of certified funds? This is going to benefit you. Knowing this one is going to, you would do well to look at the contract itself. That first page, at least. The first page of the contract answers these questions. Let me see if I can pull that up real quick. And I'll show you, because I think it might stick better if you see it in action in the wild, the way we really use it. It's around here somewhere. There it is. So here it is. One question was, do those monies have to be certified funds? Well, here's where the money is talked about on page 1 of the contract. And let's look at due diligence fee. How can it be given? Well, it can be given in the form of cash. It can be a personal check. It can be a bank check. It can be wire. It can be electronic transfer. So the short answer is no. Certified funds are not required for due diligence money. It's right there. It could be cash or personal check. What about earnest money? Does that have to be certified funds? Well, there's 2 kinds of earnest money. You could choose to make it and label it initial, or you could call it additional. But in one of these cases, earnest money can be, again, cash or personal check. In the other case, it can be cash or certified funds. But the personal check is allowed under one of these. But they didn't specify which kind of earnest money in the problem. They just said earnest money. So that part of the answer choice is going to be no. Not required that due diligence and earnest money have to be certified. Now, there are situations where it could be that way. But you're just answering the question based on what they give you. And that is, it is not true that all monies, both earnest and due diligence, must be given to seller or seller's agent in the form of certified funds. So answer will not include this one. Roman numeral 2, no. What about the first one? The buyer must submit the earnest and due diligence no later than 3 days after acceptance of the contract. Well, let's check on that one. When is due diligence due? Made payable and delivered to seller by when? The effective date. What's the difference between 3 days after contract and the effective date? Are those 2 different dates? Yeah. One is 3 days after the other one because the effective date is the date of the contract. And here we see that the officially due diligence money is due on that date that the contract is made, the effective date. So again, buyer must submit earnest and due diligence no later than 3 days. Wrong. They've got to submit the due diligence on the effective date. They don't have 3 days for that one. So that alone says that one won't work. What about the earnest money? Well, in one case, it says within 5 days of effective date. So 3 is not even in the picture. In the other case, it's the date of your choice or your client's choice. By the way, don't forget, we kind of went by it back when we covered this the first time. But initial earnest money doesn't really have much to do with additional. Using one does not require that you have used the other. Just because this one calls it additional earnest money doesn't mean we're adding to initial earnest money. Sorry. There it is. You don't have to have given it any initially in order to be able to use the one called additional. The only difference and the only reason you would use one or the other has to do with when in the process, in the transaction, you want to give it up. Your client wants to give it up, because I like to use additional only, because then we get to decide what date it gets given. That keeps the seller from, in the event of a problem, seller decides to be a jerk and not sign the earnest money release, even though my buyer is choosing to back out within the due diligence period. Seller says, well, I'm not signing that release. I just don't want to. Well, if there's no money to be released, they have no control. They don't have that leverage over your client. Therefore, I like to give additional earnest money and fill in that blank to be somewhere around or on the due diligence deadline day. If I could get away with it, I'd make it the day of closing, but they probably wouldn't put up with that, right? So that's the only difference. Now, in that case, it's neither one. So best answer choice is D, because neither one of these things are true. They could rewrite this thing without Roman numerals, so it might still be the same size question. Let's see, let me just go in order here. We will come back around to do some math, but let me hit 22. House has a finished basement below the garage. I don't know how that works because cars are heavy. Accessed externally from the backyard. The owners use an electric portable heating unit to heat the basement during winter. Which of the following is true? Is it true? And I would suggest you do this. This helps me for some reason. When they start listing out things and you're looking for the thing that is true or the thing that's not true, just re-say it in your head like I've been doing. Is it true that the basement can be included as heated living area? Is it true that the basement can meet the criteria to be included as living area if a permanent heat source is added? Is it true that the basement does not meet criteria for living area because it's below the garage? Or is it true that the basement does not meet the criteria because it's not adequately heated? Well, you see what the answer is. But as we're reading through this thing, the first thing that I saw and noticed was, oh, this is a portable heating unit. They wheeled in a kerosene heater so that they could burn the whole house down in the middle of the night. Or it's one of those plug-ins, but it's not permanent. That's the key. Yeah. Yes and yes. And let's see, that's another one. So yeah, that's true too. Accessed externally from the backyard only. So that alone, good point, good catch, is not addressed in the answer choices for one thing, but in general is another reason why it's not included in the full heated living area number. They just say it does not meet criteria because it's below the garage. If they had instead used this answer choice and talked about it access from the outside, then you would have had two right answers. That would have been a problem, right? So there's that. Let's see, the next one up, 44, 45, and 47, and then I'm just going down through the chat. You can't see it, but that's the next ones. 44. Barbara Broker of ABC Realty has a client, Barry, who is interested in a home listed by Angie of ABC Realty, same firm, different location. Barry makes an offer in Barbara's presence. Okay. Barry's the buyer, makes an offer right in front of Barbara. She faxes it to Angie at 6 p.m. on Monday. Angie's seller client ultimately counters it, and Angie faxes the counter back to Barbara at 9 a.m. on Tuesday. Barbara goes to Barry with the counter, and he accepts it in Barbara's presence, standing in the same room. He's signing it, accepting it in front of her face. That means that he doesn't have to call her. If they're really belaboring the point that he's signing in front of somebody or in their presence, they're saying, so the step of him calling her to communicate is irrelevant because she watched it happen. That is the communication. But in this case, who's watching this happen? His own agent. So that's still not the communication that we need, right? He's signing the acceptance in his own agent's presence at 12:30 p.m. She attempts to contact Angie, who is out of town until Friday. Barry, later in the day, has second thoughts regarding the transaction, tells Barbara not to deliver the acceptance. Which of the following is most correct? He can't rescind it because he put it under contract by signing in front of her presence. Why does that matter? Because it's a dual agent situation. Same firm. And he signed it in front of her. He basically communicated to the, what is he? He's the buyer. He communicated to the listing agent because they are all listing agents. They are all buyer agents. That's what dual agency is. It's being both at the same time. Oh, light bulb moment. Good. 45. Barbara Broker of ABC Realty is working for Barry. They find a house listed by Sarah, a different firm. Although Sarah made no disclosure, Barbara knows that her clients are going through a messy divorce and are anxious to liquidate their assets. Barbara's sympathetic to their plight, does not tell Barry of the situation, which is the most correct thing. Well, we just saw a very similar one in the comments section, right? Is it true that Sarah's in violation of commission rule for not disclosing the material facts? Is it true that Barbara's under no obligation to share this with her client? Is it true that she is in violation and could be subject to disciplinary action and civil penalties, or is she not in violation? So it is that she is in violation, right? If she knows about it, she's working completely for Barry as his buyer agent because he's labeled as her client. And she's got to tell him everything, even the stuff she learns on this person's TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Isn't it easier now than ever to know more people's business than they really have any business sharing? Imagine that. You're a friend of a friend and somehow this thing pops up. Oh, I'm so sorry. And further in the comments, you find out, yeah, it's not working out. So we're going to sell the house. And now you're the buyer agent. And you just learned this through this weird social media thing. Quite possible, right? 47. Okay, 47. Buyer makes an offer on a home at 1515 Sycamore, adds language that the offer is valid for 3 days. On the second day, the buyer finds something else and decides to rescind, calls the seller to rescind. Which of the following is true? Can the buyer rescind at any time prior to acceptance? They don't have to wait the full time. Just because they give a deadline doesn't mean they have to adhere to the deadline. All the deadline means is what? What's a deadline mean? Buyer put one in. So what has to happen surrounding this deadline? It just means that this thing is going to self-destruct automatically as of that 3 days from now deadline. But in the meantime, if the buyer says, you know what, I found something better, I'm out, forget it, never mind, remember that thing with the deadline? It's off the table altogether, deadline and everything. They are free to rescind regardless. They don't have to wait the 3 days. Sometimes people think they can't wait until the deadline is up. Well, the deadline is for the seller. It's not for the buyer. It belongs to the buyer. It was their thing that they included in their offer. Therefore, they can take the offer off the table, and therefore the deadline is off the table too. That help? Does that make sense? Next is 15, and then I've got 58. Let's hit 15. Sue Seller, a gardener, sells her home to Betty. When Betty does the walkthrough, she sees that Sue took up some azaleas from the front of the home, and Sue says, well, those are my fancy azaleas. That's what I do. They're my favorite ones. I've kept them for years. So it's my right. Betty's distraught. Which of the following is true? Can the seller keep the plants because she never meant to leave them behind? Is that true? Does the seller have to return and replace because they're considered real property? Well, in this case, with these circumstances, she didn't do what needed to be done in order to have the right to keep them. So one is not true. She cannot keep those plants. They are fixtures. If she had wanted to keep them, she should have mentioned that, and her listing agent could have given her the advice, okay, then dig them up, put them in pots. Then they're personal property, and now you don't have to worry about it. Or better yet, replace them. Do whatever you need to do with them, but have them portable in a pot and stick something in their place. Don't just have a completely empty flower bed. That's probably not good for business either. But somehow or other, make them personal property before you get a buyer involved with a contract. You could have left them in the ground too. As long as she had it in the contract, look, these things are in the ground now, but they don't stay. These are going to be leaving. They do not convey with the property. So either take them up, make them portable, so now it's a non-issue, or make sure it makes it into the contract if that is what your goal is. So one doesn't work. What about two? It is true. The seller would have to replace them or return them because they are real property. When things disappear that are fixtures or real property at the walkthrough, they need to reappear. And if they don't, somebody's got to pay some money for it. What if the seller just put her foot down and said, I will not do it. Make me. Well, you as a broker have some options. You could say, oh boy, what do you think my choice is going to be? How much is an azalea? Yeah, I'll probably find some azalea money in my commission. Let's just shut up and sign the papers. Sorry. Let's move on. But it's not fair, Neil. Well, that commission check probably will cover. As nice as those might be, I don't know. Just when I say that, there's a famous CE instructor who tells a classic true story about koi fish disappearing at the walkthrough. Or no, one was dead. It was like 7 koi and one was dead floating. And it turns out to be the buyer said, this koi is dead, I want a new koi. So the agent goes to the seller and says he wants a new koi. They're not all living. And the seller said, well, what does the contract say? And they pulls up the contract and they read it and it says 7 koi fish. And the seller says, it doesn't say living koi fish. It just says koi fish. I count 7 fish. One of them's belly up, but that's not my problem. Who wrote this contract? The agent said, well, I'm a dual agent and I wrote the contract. And so guess who bought a koi fish? And guess how much koi fish are, depending on their size. That one was about $1,000. That one stings a little bit, right? Azaleas might be $1,000 too if they're award winning. I don't know. Point is, all of these types of stories is get it in the contract. Be specific. Make sure it's something that won't end up burning you. So let's see. In that case, question is, can the buyer sue for specific performance? The buyer is mad about a koi fish being dead. It's not that the seller won't sell the property, though. So that probably wouldn't be their pursuit. They could, I guess, it maybe be called breach of contract in some other way. I think, for the bushes, sorry. Not the fish, but the bushes. Yeah, I think it would be more of a lawsuit after the fact, not just because the seller is still willing to sell it. They just took some personal property. But it could involve extra litigation after the fact, sure. Okay, that was 15. Next one is 58. Keep bringing them. I don't have any more, so just keep listing them. I'll just scan through. Yep, let's see that. Kessler family decided to donate a large plot of land to the city. The town may only own the land so long as it is used by the municipality as parklands. Once the deed has been delivered and accepted, which type of ownership interest, will the municipality hold? Gosh, if it weren't for that little grayed out word, you wouldn't be able to see the answer. It just accidentally happened that way. And so it goes back to freehold estates. The family's donating it, giving it to the town, but they're putting a condition on it. What sort of freehold estate comes with conditions? Well, it's not a fee simple absolute that has no conditions put upon it by the seller. It's not a life estate situation. It's not just depending on the death or lifespan of somebody. So it's neither of those two things. It's not marital rights. The only thing left is fee simple defeasible. And we don't even have to figure out which of those two kinds of defeasible it is. They just say defeasible. If they had given you answer choices, legal life estate, defeasible estate, non-freehold estate, or fee simple determinable, then which would be the best answer? They've given you defeasible, but they've also given you one of the two kinds of defeasible. So then you've got to say, well, there's two right answers. Well, yes, but one of them is even a more specific, better answer. Right. So in that case, it would be the type of defeasible that it really is. They didn't put you through all of that, so the answer is defeasible estate. Appurtenant estate is not a thing. They just gave you a word that you saw in that other chapter in the beginning about like an appurtenant easement. And that's a common tactic, I guess, that they throw some words that you know are real estate words and see if they can trip you up. So an appurtenant easement would have been the phrase that we saw, but we didn't see anything about an appurtenant estate. Something that's an appurtenant, that is appurtenant, is, what does that mean? The word appurtenant. Yeah, it is included, right? It runs with the land, goes with the land. Next, that was 58. Next one is 50. An optioner. Here, let me see if I can pull this off. Gave an option on a property that he had listed for sale. Oops. Oh my goodness. I didn't want to do that. Boom. Okay. Optionor gave an option on a property for sale for a $2,000 option fee. The optionee can purchase the property for $180,000 by a future date. Which of the following is not true? They could ask it that way. They could also say all of the following are true except which one. But in either case, same idea. Are option contracts time is of the essence? No. I mean, that is a thing. Yes, there is a deadline for option contracts. We're looking for the thing that's not true. Optionee can maintain the right of subsequent negotiations during the term of the option. Yeah, you can keep talking, sure. The optionor can keep the option money if the optionee decides not to exercise his option. Does the seller keep the deposit whether the potential buyer actually exercises the option or not? Yeah, that's the whole point. Because they are giving that buyer something in return for the money. They're giving them the freedom without worry that another party can come in and buy it out from under them. So therefore, yeah, that's the one that's not true. The following is not true. Optionor can rescind the terms of the contract at any time prior to the exercising of the option. So it's sorry. Let me flip over. 50. There it is. Yeah, it's that D. It's the one that's D. The optionor can rescind the terms anytime. That's not true. They have to adhere to the terms. So the correct answer here is D. Why would someone use an option instead of going under contract? Is that the question? An option comes in handy if you aren't sure that you want to buy it, right? You don't know that you for sure you want to buy it yet because maybe you're waiting to see if it's going to allow you to use it for the purpose you want to use it for. You're waiting for a zoning vote, a vote with the zoning board to change it from commercial to residential, for instance, or a vote that the highway will get approved to go through, which makes it worth more. Well, I mean, I guess it really depends on the situation, but if it's something, the question is it normally longer for an option period than a due diligence period? Probably, especially if it depends upon a government related decision, for sure. I would imagine it's more like a year, as much as a year would be a typical option period. So yeah, typically longer than due diligence. What other numbers? If I don't get one soon, and that's okay, keep thinking. But while you're thinking, let me do a prorated tax question. Just going to make one up and review the differences. So when it comes to this prorated tax situation on a closing disclosure, you could see it like this. The sales price was $300,000. The assessed value is 80%. The loan amount is a 90/10 LTV. The city tax rate is 70 cents. The county one is 30 cents. We'll make it different, 35. And the property is located outside the city limits. The closing is going to take place October 19th. And the seller has paid the taxes for the year. I just gave you a whole lot of information. Some that you may not even need. So take some time, work your way through it, and we will figure out what that answer is. All right, let's look at this thing. Got a lot going on here. First of all, do we care what the loan amount is? Irrelevant. Do we need to use that assessed value number? Yeah. They might give you, instead of being a big jerk like I was to you, the question could just say the taxes per year are $4,300, and that avoids all of that stuff that you have to even mess with. I just pulled that number out. Let's see what they really are. Sale price and the assessed value percentage is what we're going to use to figure out the tax value itself. So what is 80% of the purchase price? The tax value we're working with is $240,000. And now that we know the rates, the next question is, where is the property? Oh, it's outside the city. So do we even need to know the city rate? No. The only rate necessary is the county rate, 35 cents. So let's see, we take that 240, we multiply it by 35 cents per 100, which is the same thing as using 0.35 and the percent sign. Multiply it. So the taxes for the year, $840. Is that what you got? Good. I made this up, so it's obviously pretty darn low. And now we need to convert that $840 per year into what? Per what? Turn that into per day, right? Because we're prorating the taxes to the day. So if we divide 840 by 360, it's only $2.33 a day for taxes. Now, how many days are we talking? We've got that situation where the seller has paid them for the whole year. The seller is out of pocket the whole year. Here's our October 19th after September, right? So we need to calculate seller days first. That will help ensure that you don't screw up over the closing date. So seller days, October's the 10th month. So that means there are 9 months at 30 days per month. That's 270 days plus the one on October 19th. There's 19 from that month. So what is that? 289? Days that the seller is responsible for. So, but what's the situation? The seller paid the whole year. We need to give the seller back some money because they're out of pocket the whole year, and that's not fair. We need to give them back what amount of money? This much, which is the buyer's days. So the only reason, again, that I suggest counting seller's days, even in this situation, is to make sure you don't, in fatigue, brain fatigue, lose track. So let's just turn this into seller's dollars. 289 days to the seller times $2.33. Means the seller's portion of taxes that they do have to pay for is $673.37. And if we know the seller's portion, but we need to get the buyer's part, we can just subtract it from what the total is. $840 is the total tax bill. What's the difference? The buyer's portion is the difference, and that is $166.63. So since the seller paid for the whole year, we need to give that seller back. It's a seller credit for $166.63, and it's going to be a debit to the buyer's side. We've got to take it from the buyer and give it to the seller. We okay with that? Now, what if instead of that, the question was that the seller has not paid the taxes? How are we going to handle taxes if the seller has not paid the tax bill at all? Is the tax bill able to be paid? Yeah, we're after September 1st. It's available to be paid. So if the seller has not paid it, then is the city or the county in this case going to say, oh, you know what? Go ahead and give your part to the buyer. They still have like 2.5 months and they can just pay us by December 31st. No, they're going to say the bills are out. We want our money. So we're going to debit the seller. It's going to be I'll write it this way. The seller's portion is the $673.37. Debit the seller their portion. And then the difference, there it is. Good. Still there. $166.63. We're going to debit the buyer. The attorney's going to collect each of those from each of those different parties, add them together to come up with that $840, and the attorney is going to mail that bill to the county. There is when the seller, it's after September 1st and the seller is not yet paid, there is no giving money to buyer to hang on to it. Because I have a feeling a couple of cases would probably happen where the buyer forgets to pay. It's their first year owning, not even because they want to just not do the right thing, but they're not used to it. And then we'll just do a whole different new. Well, let's work with the same information. It's still $2.33 per day, but this time let's make it a closing that's happening before September 1st. So still $2.33 per day, but we're closing August 5th. $2.33 a day. Not going to make you redo calculations. Tax rate or tax value, tax bill comes out to this much per day. And so I guess let's see, what is that? That was $840 for the year. Gosh, I'm writing awfully messy. $840 annual taxes. Okay. How are we going to attribute the money, and what is it going to come out to be in this case? Ooh, and I owe you a break. After this, we're almost done. It's all about calculating those days. Well, here we are. Here's our September. Here's our August. It's not much further ahead than the August, but we need to figure out this many days for the seller and then collect that from the seller. We're going to debit the seller and credit the buyer. How much? It's going to be for the seller's portion. Because that attorney is going to get that money from the seller and give it to the buyer, put it in their possession so that they or their lender can pay the bill when it is due. It's not able to be paid yet. So how many days are we talking? August 5th is the 8th month. That's 8/5. That means there's 7 months at 30 days per. So 210 days plus another 5 days means $215 to the seller. And so if it's $2.33 a day, how much is the seller's portion? It's $500. And 95 cents. And again, that's debit, seller, credit, buyer for that much. Are we okay with that? Or did I mess it up? Which is also a possibility. Let's see, August again, 8th month. So 7 months at 30, that's 210 plus 5 days in the month of August. That's 215 days. Then we're going with $2.33 a day times the 215. So it is, $5.95. So the 840 is the total for the year. If we were to subtract 500 from the 840, that would give us the buyer's portion, but it doesn't matter. The buyer's portion, that's what I was about to mention. So good timing. The buyer's portion in this situation, anytime it's before September that the closing is happening, we don't care how much the buyer's portion is. It doesn't need to be addressed on the day of closing because this is a common misconception or hang up point. So you're in good company. All that matters is that we take this money from the seller and send it over to the buyer's side. The buyer's portion of taxes is irrelevant for the day of closing in a transaction closing before September 1st, because if we just can give this $500 to the buyer's side as a credit, then when the bill comes due and they're ready to pay it, they're going to add to that money their portion then. What their portion is on day of closing is irrelevant because it's not going to be addressed, meaning sent in to pay the tax bill until the future, until after today, which is today is our day of closing. Does that make sense? Another way you could treat it is like just a rule, like one of those things. What do we do when it closes this or that? Make a little note beside this one. When it's closing before September 1st, it's going to be a debit seller and credit buyer for the seller's portion. And then make another little note. Buyer's amount doesn't matter when we're closing before September 1st. The buyer's portion, irrelevant. In other words, that buyer's portion doesn't need to be reflected on the closing disclosure because what would we do with it? There's nothing to do with it yet. The bill's not able to be paid yet. It's not published. It's not payable because it's not yet September 1st. Yeah, that's another thing Joseph says in the chat. It's going to come out of the escrow. What will really happen in real life, probably that buyer's lender, that new lender for that buyer is going to say, we want a pity payment. We don't just want a PI payment. We want you to include the taxes and insurance along with your principal and interest. So the lender for that new buyer, that new lender, they're going to be the one that has collected enough money in those monthly payments for the next few months, plus whatever amount is set up to create the escrow. They're gonna send it in. The buyer's not even going to have to even think about it. The lender's going to send it in for them. But it would be unfair if we didn't collect the seller's portion for the year while they lived there and give it over to the buyer's side. So we got to do that. We got to settle it up in that way. All right. Think about it. If it's still not quite clear, I'll think of another way to explain it. No big deal. Otherwise, I'll see you in 10 minutes. together. How are we doing? Let me know of more stuff. Let me work through. I'll just kind of look through some more. Unless you give me some numbers or math or whatever you want to do. But we're just going to make sure we cover all the important stuff. Very first one. Examples of appurtenances. Appurtenances are what? So the wording is all of the following are appurtenances except which one. So what sorts of things run with the property? Right? Easements. Do easements run with the property? If you allow an easement on your property and then you sell the property, does the person who buys it from you have to also allow the easement? Yeah. It's part of the property, meaning the railroad tracks in the back, the utility company has to get to their poles or green boxes or whatever. Any sort of easement, the driveway of your neighbor goes across half of your property. So yeah, you have to stay, that has to stay honored even by your buyer. So that is definitely appurtenant. An easement is appurtenant. What else runs with the property? Restrictive covenants do. This next one, meaning what you are allowed to do with it. What sorts of things are restrictive covenants? What are we talking about? Could be garbage cans policy. They've got to be put out of sight. They can be out at the street for 24 hours, but once it's been emptied, you got to put it back behind the screen or whatever. Could be the color of the door. If you want to repaint your shutters or your door, you have to get permission. All of the things you agreed to when you decided to live there. That runs with it. All that applies to everybody, even the person you sell to. So it runs with the land, as do riparian rights. What are riparian rights? They're related to what? One word. Riparian right has to do with water. Yeah, you got it. We'd learned about rivers and oceans. We learned about tides and not tides. So riparian had to do with rivers, lakes, and streams. Riparian, and what is it about rivers, lakes, and streams? What do you own if it's a non-navigable stream that borders your property and your neighbor? You both own to what point? The shoreline or the center line of the body of water? Yeah, you go on into it. If it's non-navigable, you own to the halfway point of the water. If it's Lake Norman, that's navigable. And so everybody who lives all around Lake Norman only owns to the shoreline. Those are riparian rights. The other kind of water rights we learned were littoral rights, and they had to do with tides, tidal types of water. It's more than just ocean. There's some big lakes that also have tides, but what do you own when you own on the shore of something, of a tidal body of water? How far in it? Yeah, there you go. North Carolina, it's just to the point it reaches when it's high tide, the high tide line. So those water rights, in this case riparian rights, they run with the land too. An encroachment is not an appurtenance, because an encroachment is what? What's another better word to describe an encroachment? It's another E word. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. Something on your property that shouldn't be, or something that you own that shouldn't be across the line onto your neighbor's property. It's crossing a boundary. It's crossing the property line. It's an encumbrance. It's one of those types of encumbrances. It's what an encroachment is. You're encroaching anybody ever talk to somebody that just stands a little too close? They just won't give you your space. They're encroaching on your space, right? Let's see, I've got 62. Let's take a look at that. Heather's buyer client would like to purchase a home using an option contract. Which of the following is true? Is it true that her client can't use Heather to make any offers that contain options? Well, there's no reason for that to be true. Heather should use the option contract provided by her membership in the board. That's not a thing. Options are kind of unique. They need to be drawn up by an attorney. Using the additional provisions addendum, she can add an option clause. That's not a thing either. There are 6 provisions in the additional provisions addendum, and that's not one of them. She should instruct her client to talk to an attorney to draw up the option contract specifically, because she doesn't have access. There is no pre-printed, pre-written option form. It's too complicated for us to have a form for it. We would need to get an attorney involved. What else do we need to have an attorney draw up? Option contract. We'll recap option contracts here in just a second. Other things that are too much for us lowly brokers to do would be a seller financing document. If it's like an installment land contract or a purchase money mortgage, write those things down. Purchase money or installment land contract, both of those are some form of seller financing. So the contract has to be more than just a contract. It's got to be a finance document too. It's got to be a promissory note. It's got to involve loan terms, and that is beyond our scope. So an attorney would need to write those up. There is no standard form. Another one that we can't do, even though we have a standard contract to use and we have a standard lease to use, we could not combine those two together and call it a lease with option to buy. That's not okay. The commission says, no, leases with options to buy are unique, and it's not as simple as just putting 2 documents together. The attorney needs to write it up custom made. Let's talk about options a little more. So an option contract, it's not just a simple contract, right? It's not your typical contract for sale. The option contract doesn't mean you're agreeing to buy the property. All it says is that you are going to think about it. So if you are the buyer, potential buyer with this option, who wants an option, why might you want an option? An option to purchase? Because you're not sure if you want to buy it 100%. There might be something you're still trying to figure out. And so what sorts of things would create the need for somebody to use this device, this option to purchase? It could be that a proposed zoning change has still not been decided, not been devoted upon yet. It could be that a road or highway is going to come through. So it's proposed, but it's not been defined and absolute, definite. It could be that, here's a good one. It could be that your uncle died. I mean, that's not good. And you're waiting to hear what he left you in the will. And if he left you something, and you're pretty sure he did, but you're not 100%, because you know that woman he married, that step aunt of yours, she might have somehow got him to give her everything. But you're confident enough that you're willing to risk an option fee. And so you would have to pay an option fee to get the seller to say, yep, okay, I'll give you a year or 6 months or 2 months or whatever amount of time. And the seller just has to sit there and wait for you to make your choice. And what are you choosing? Do you remember 6th grade? Do you like me? Check the box. You're deciding, do you want to buy it or not? That's all the seller has to do, is sit there and wait and give you that amount of time agreed upon in exchange for this $3,000 fee that you gave them. You gave them that $3,000. What if you choose no? You don't end up wanting to buy it. Do they have to give you back your $3,000? Nope, non-refundable. They get to keep it. It's in exchange for that amount of time that they're letting you think about it. That's basically what an option is, an option to purchase. It's not a purchase. It's a, let me think about it. I'll let you know later. And it's the seller giving you that much later time. Something else about an option to purchase is this is not something that a renter would use. If you have ever rented a place or seen places for rent and you're like, I'd kind of like to own that. What if you rented it the first year, but you reserved the right to buy it if the seller chose to sell it later? That's not what this is. That's called a preemptive right. So for an option to purchase, it's not for living there. You don't get to actually use it while this option period is going by. For renters, it would be one of these other things. This thing called a preemptive right. And it's one of two things. Either you're buying a right of first, let's see, what is it? A right of refusal, right of first refusal. Or a right of first opportunity to purchase. Either of these could work for a renter who might want to buy it later. One of these is for a renter who's worried that, and by the way, it doesn't have to be a renter. It could be a non-renter too. If you're worried that a third party might make an offer on the property and buy it out from under the landlord, the person you pay rent to. So it protects against third-party offers. It requires that your landlord give you a chance to meet or beat a future potential offer that might come in from some other person later. And then the other one is just really between the renter and the landlord. And they're just waiting to see if the landlord wants to sell at some point. So that one's the first opportunity to purchase. If the landlord chooses to sell it, they're going to give the person holding this preemptive right of first opportunity to purchase, the chance to be the buyer. So one of them is about another person maybe making an offer and they can't sell to them because you hold this right of first refusal. The other one is if they do decide to sell later, they'll have to sell to you or see if you want to buy it later. So neither of these, they're similar, but they're not the same as an option to purchase. So an option is a non-possessory right. These two are potentially possessory right, meaning the person holding these options, these rights, could actually live there while they're holding them. But if it's just a straight up option to purchase, they don't get to use it while they're waiting to make their decision. They're sitting back or the seller's sitting back and saying, you ready yet? And they're like, well, my option period's not up yet. Quit asking me. You have your money. Be quiet. It's that idea. What sorts of things do our agency roles allow us to do? Number 63, Karen signed an exclusive agency agreement with the buyer. This authorizes her to do all of the following except what? She's an exclusive buyer agent. Let's just think about what that means. Exclusive buyer agents, she's got to give all of Old Car to her buyer client. And that buyer is indeed her client, not her customer. Does that buyer get to use another broker to buy the property if they've signed this thing. No, this is a marriage. Both parties, well, I'm not going to say exclusive, but the buyer's got to be exclusive to this agent. The agent gets to have more buyer clients, but the buyer says, you're my person. Hey, Karen, if I do buy something, you'll be the one I use, because it's an exclusive buyer agency agreement. So, does an exclusive buyer agency agreement allow Karen to communicate with the seller's agent about offer negotiations? Sure. Yeah, they are your sort of your vocal cords, right? They're speaking on your behalf. So they can communicate. Should this buyer call up the seller's agent directly and talk to him in this situation? Could they? Yeah, they could get that information. It's on the sign in the yard. But should they? No. As their buyer agent that they just hired you to be, you would need to explain how this thing works. You'd say, look, guys, I am your representative. If you have a question, concern, you ask me, I'll ask them, and I'll get back to you with what their answer is. This is to keep the agents in the middle. That's the whole point. So no, Karen is not authorized to communicate. I'm sorry, Karen is. We're looking for the one she's not authorized to do, and it's the last one. But she can do these things. She can communicate with the other agent. She can schedule appointments for inspections. She can talk to the buyer's attorney, and should, to make sure we have a smooth, timely closing. What she can't do is act on their behalf. She can speak on their behalf, but she can't act on their behalf, like say, yeah, she'll take it. My client will take this. As long as the client really is taking it. But she can't say, I say the client will take it. And have you run it past them yet? No. Well, then you can't say that yet, right? She would have, what this answer choice is saying is, did she accept it without the buyer knowing? And she'll just tell the buyer that she accepted it later. That's not allowed. Basement has a history of flooding during heavy rain. The seller said that there's no problem pertaining to any water leakage, dampness, standing water in the basement, crawl space, or slab. Do we have a problem? Can the seller check no from those three choices, yes, no, or no representation? Are they allowed to check no if they know that there is a problem? That's different from, does the seller have to admit to the problem? They're guilty of fraud if they check no, because they know better. What they should have checked if they didn't want to say something is no representation, right? But they checked no. So because the new paint and carpet installed, the agents and the inspectors don't find any evidence of the flood. The seller hid it. 3 weeks after closing, new buyers, large storm causes the basement to flood again. Which of the following is true? Seller did not disclose the issue. The buyer may still be able to file suit citing fraudulent misrepresentation. If they had said no rep, then that'd be a different story. But they said straight up no. Seller's agent, did they have a duty to discover and disclose the latent defect, and could they be guilty? Well, no. There's no way for them to have known it was hidden because of new paint and carpet. They don't have to go to the effort. I'm not even sure what they would do to discover and disclose this. But when you see the term latent defect, that pretty much means the opposite of a patent. Latent versus patent. Latent defect means the seller went to great lengths to hide the fact that it was a problem. And that's not okay. But the agent had nothing to do with this hiding of this thing. Seller was required to disclose it on the statutory. Well, no, they were not required to disclose it, but they checked the wrong box. If they didn't want to disclose it, they should have checked no representation. As stated in the general warranty deed, the seller will be responsible for all costs associated with correcting the defect. Well, that sounds fancy, and it might be tempting because you're like, oh, I'm kind of confused by that answer, but it's got words in it that sound important. But what we're talking about is a defect to the property, not a defect to the title. And so general warranty deed would be something about title clouds, clouded title issues. The defect in question is a leak. So C is the best answer there. Fun phrase, procuring cause of sale. Which of the following situations would an agent usually be entitled to a commission? Is a broker signing an open listing agreement entitled to a commission? Let's review those types of listing agreements. We had an open one, we had an exclusive agency listing agreement, and we had an exclusive right to sell listing agreement. What are the differences? It comes down to in what situation does the agent still get the commission? So we have 3. Listing types. We have an open one. We have an exclusive agency. And we have an exclusive right to sell. Open means whichever broker sells it gets paid. And it's multiple brokers. But we don't do it that way here. But it's a thing that exists in the world. But most importantly, out of all of these things, what happens if the seller finds the buyer themselves? No commission gets paid. And the same thing here. If the seller brings the buyer, no commission is due. This is the only one where commission is always due. Even if the seller finds the buyer by themselves. That's what they're getting at when they're talking about these topics and these types of agency listing agreements. Exclusive agency, you could have the listing agent bring the buyer. You could also have a sub-agent to seller bring in the buyer or some other cooperating firm. But if the seller brings the buyer themselves, then no commission's paid. Exclusive agency, they're just listing with one company, one firm. But that firm is probably going to cooperate with other firms to potentially bring buyers. And if any of that happens, then yes, a commission is due. But if, again, the seller brings their own buyer, then finds their own buyer, then no commission is due. In this case, it's all this same stuff, cooperation, one listing firm. But even if the seller brings their own buyer, still got to pay that commission. And that's the one that we predominantly use. Although we do have a form, official fill-in-the-blank pre-printed form called an exclusive agency listing agreement available to us, but I've never seen one used. Using a multiple listing service for a transaction where 2 brokers are involved, which of the following is not true? Is it true or not true that all commissions paid by seller must be split evenly between listing and selling side? Just because that seller's paying a commission doesn't mean that it has to be split between the buying side and the selling side. That listing firm might want to and make a point to the seller that they should get more. If they're charging 6%, maybe they want 3 and give the other side 2, or 2.5, 3.5, or whatever adds up to 6. It doesn't have to be even. No, it's why? Because commissions are negotiable. Now, if it's not even, and that buyer agent finds out at closing because they see the documents, because they have a right to see where the seller's paying the commission. they might very well get angry and say, wait a minute, you're not splitting the total commission evenly. Well, they don't have to. And there's a bit of it'll stir the pot. If you see on Facebook that question come up between agents in a forum, there's some pretty partisan opinions about that issue. There's some pretty hardcore, I think this, you think that, and all kinds of judgments being thrown. But it's negotiable. And by the way, from the perspective of why not let them be uneven, if I'm a listing agent and I'm spending a couple $1,000 putting this listing up, marketing it up front of my own money, I can't control the buyer agent's activities. I can't help the fact that maybe they had to try 14 times before they finally got one to stick. So it's out of my control. And while that may be true, all that's my business is what I'm choosing to charge. And so if I'm out of pocket, $300 for professional photos, plus aerial drone stuff, plus measuring the property, plus this and that and the other, and if they choose not to sell, I'm out and I don't get paid anything. I might just want to keep a little more of that total commission for myself, for my risk. And it's none of the buyer agent's business, really. All that is their business is how much they're getting. And they see how much they're getting when they look at it in the MLS, because it shows we're going to pay you a buyer agency commission of this percent or dollar amount. I saw one the other day that was just a straight flat $19,000 that a builder was paying. I didn't do the math, but compared to the price, that was a bit of a lower commission than I would have normally tended to see or been. I would have taken 19, but I have a feeling it's less than what the split would typically be. No questions about the midterm? Just making my way on through here. Any math questions, any midterm questions, just let me know. Oh, this is a good one. That's nice and confusing. Which of the following statements is true? Is it true that the source of compensation is always an indicator of agency representation? Just because you're getting paid by the seller, does that mean you owe old car to the seller? No, because that's the way the business works typically. Buyer agents are getting paid by sellers all the time or routed through. Sellers paying the total commission to their own listing agent. That person is sharing with the buyer agent, but the buyer agent owes more to their own client than they do the seller, even though the money is, the case could be made a couple ways. We officially say seller pays the commission, but without that buyer, the seller is not selling. So kind of, but I get the point. Seller, it's coming from the seller's side on the closing disclosure, but that has nothing to do with who your loyalties lie with. Representation must be confirmed in writing before first substantial contact. Is that the case? In other words, you haven't talked to this potential client about their money or motivation, but yet are you requiring them to sign a buyer agency agreement or a listing agreement? Because that's what first substantial contact is, the discussion of money and motivation and what their choices are as to your representation of them. Well, you're probably not getting a buyer agency agreement signed before this conversation happens. So no, that doesn't work. It's not required. I'm going to skip the one that's obviously right. There are 4 classifications of agency: universal, general, independent, and special. There are 3. Which one is not the right one? Which one is the extra fake one that they put into the generic classifications of agency? We're not talking about buyer or dual or designated. We're talking about what can you do on behalf of your client, not just you as a broker, but anybody. Yeah, independent doesn't fit here. Special is what we do on the sales side, because all we do is communicate on behalf of the client. We can't accept or reject on behalf of the client. General, we do see when it's us signing a listing agreement on behalf of our firm That's a general agency relationship between the broker within their firm. Also, property management. As a property manager, you sign some things on their behalf. Universal is what attorneys do, or people given power of attorney. So our bread and butter classification of agency for the sales side is special. So, which is true? An agent may be compensated by a third party with conflicting interests of the agent's client. And that, boy, that's just a magnificent example of a question that is like, you better know your ins and outs. You got to know the rules. Because it's almost like you are like, conflicting interest. No, that's not allowed. Definitely not. But it's not that. It's like the old Bible verse, right? Money is the root of all evil. Is that the verse? It's the love of money is the root of all evil. People say that wrong all the time, right? So knowing the whole phrase is important here. So yes, you can participate and be compensated by somebody with conflicting interest from your client, but your client must know about it. You got to tell them, must disclose it. It's allowed, but only with your client's disclosure and knowledge and permission. Stigmatized property. So this question is kind of positioned so that which items are considered stigmatized properties, but they're asking for the one that's not, meaning the one that would still have to be disclosed. What sorts of things are not required to be disclosed? Which three things are a stigmatized property category? It's a stigmatized property if it's haunted. Do you have to disclose it? No. Could you choose to? Yes. If they ask you about it, you could say, I refuse to answer, or you would tell the truth. Those are your two choices. Someone died there, suicide, death. What if someone died there because of HIV or AIDS? Do you have to tell that? Not only do you not have to, you are not allowed to, because that's a disability. Therefore, can't at all. Sorry, I can't divulge that information. And then proximity to a registered sex offender, not material fact. Definitely material facts include this D one. Did they use it to produce meth? What are some other must disclose? Even the seller can't just check no representation. Meth house is one. What are two more? The seller has to disclose. Synthetic stucco siding. Make sure you don't just say stucco siding, because there are two different types. But synthetic stucco is the kind that had the class action lawsuit attached to it because of water not drying out completely and it rots. And then, yeah, that's the other one, though. Be careful. Don't just say polybutylene pipes. It's leaking. Polybutylene pipes that have leaked or do leak. Did they ever leak? Then yes, that's material. Does the house have poly pipes, but they've never leaked? Then that's not a material fact that you have to disclose. It really goes back to, I guess the memory aid is big, major class action lawsuit related items. What's correct when comparing fee simple determinable with a fee simple subject to a condition subsequent? Well, that brings us back to freehold estates. So let's do our little chart. Here's our types of estates of ownership: freehold estates. And what's the best one? What's the one that has no conditions? The type of freehold estate ownership. No one. Bueller. That one's fee simple absolute. The other one is fee simple defeasible. And that has two categories: fee simple defeasible determinable, and fee simple defeasible subject to a condition subsequent. Which one of these requires that you have to keep using it in a certain way? The property must keep using it this certain way. I don't know why it works for me, but the one that's longer, subject to a condition subsequent, I just remember as this is the one that you have to not use it a certain way. Must not use it a certain way, like selling alcohol. Must keep using it a certain way, like maybe a farm. And then the other part of this is what happens if you break the rule? If you stop using it as a farm, then you automatically lose it. On this other one where you must not use it to serve alcohol, then they would have to take you to court over it to get it back. Let's see. So back to the problem. Which of the following is correct comparing fee simple determinable versus the other one, subject to a condition? Is it correct that determinable is non-freehold? No, that'd be a rental situation. We're talking about ownership. So that in and of itself disqualifies this as the answer choice. Let's skip the obvious one. Is it true that the fee simple determinable is not inheritable? Well, both of these types are types of fee simple defeasible, and that is an inheritable type of estate. Is it true that the fee simple determinable ends only after court proceedings while the subject to can be ended through contractual agreement? Well, it's the opposite. So the right one is fee simple determinable ends automatically when the condition is breached, while fee simple subject to does not end automatically. Let's start this break automatically. See you back in 10. All right. Unless you have another question about the midterm, which is all fair game. Again, take that final sooner than later this weekend. And if you've only taken anything once, make sure you take the second go around as well, because you have 2 tries for everything. Here we go. Let's do some review on agency again. A little bit more. All right. So we talked about the origins of it, but the important things here are the terminology, for one thing. Don't forget that an agent, the word agent is referring to the firm, even though in real life we're talking about humans. And it's up to a firm as to what kind of agency they will allow to be operated in, exercised, offered. So first and foremost, the firm policy. Well, the firm sets the policy. Which kind of agency? We've got lots of different kinds, right? We've got working only with sellers, working only with buyers, although I don't think those are very common. I think most firms will work with either one. But then what is common is a policy on, is it going to allow for dual agency or designated dual? Either or both. One or the other, neither or both. The other thing a BIC should have a policy about is the splits, right? How the split's going to be. And somebody mentioned, I think last night, one difference between a provisional and a non-provisional is that you might make a little more money as a non-provisional. Maybe your split's higher. It's more about your production, usually. Regardless of provisional or non, it might more likely be, did you sell a certain amount and therefore rise up from a 50% split to a 55, 60, stuff like that. Co-brokerage relationships, what's the procedure for those things? All of that is for the firm to decide in their policy and procedures manual. Because we got into this thing in the mid-90s, creating buyer agency, well, now that created the need for dual agency. One agent between both parties, we know this. And now that all of that is a possibility, that's what started this whole first substantial contact thing. That's the point at which you need to tell the consumer what you offer them. But don't forget, this working with agents disclosure is not about which thing they pick. It's about which thing you offer. Because you may not offer some of it, like dual agency, for instance. There it is. That's what I want. So here's what it looks like for sellers in real life. We saw little excerpts from the slides, but let me show you what it really looks like. It's a one page. There's a version for sellers. There's a version for buyers. And this, again, is the thing that is triggered upon first substantial contact. When those topics come up, we better start talking about these options. What are their choices about how you could work for them? And it's these. For a seller, hey, seller, I could be your listing agent. That means I'm looking out for you. It also means that until you sign something, this agency agreement, I can't start doing any work. I won't start marketing your property until we get into this thing in writing. There is no oral listing agency. And then if you do sign this thing, then me and my firm represent you. The buyer is represented by somebody that's not us. And so notice here it says check all relationships that apply to this seller. You check that box, you the broker, because that's what you choose to offer them. And since the reason the only thing mentioned under this seller agency, they don't mention dual or designated, is because this entire center box is all about that, right? So this top one is, yeah, I'm going to list your property. The center one is, are you going to let me possibly work for a buyer while still working for you? You going to let me do dual agency? Okay, fine. Are you going to let me do designated dual? Separate question. And then this last one is not necessarily something that while you're sitting at a listing appointment, you're even going to talk about, because it's probably not applicable. It's not something you need to deal with. If you're trying to list the property, you're definitely going to do this top one. You might do one of these two or both of them. But if you're there to list the property, you're not worried about an unrepresented seller because they are hiring you to be their representative. I've had students in post-licensing think that they had to go through this part too and somehow talk about it with a seller that they're about to list their property, and it's irrelevant because this is for a seller who's choosing to represent themselves for sale by owner. So if you are working with a buyer who wants to maybe go look at a for sale by owner house, step one, try to go see it without your buyer, because you want to talk to that seller about, will you pay me a buyer agency fee? You don't want to set a situation up where that seller and that buyer are talking to each other. You are the go-between. And so you've got to help that seller understand how this relationship works. You are the one they need to reach out to. So it's just easier if you're the only one they meet the first time. Because otherwise, all of you are out there together. It's too easy for that seller to say to the buyer, well, let me get your number and we'll figure it out and blah, blah, blah. And then it's just messy. Another good reason to tell your buyer, look, here's how this works when it's a for sale by owner. Don't work with them directly. I'm your person. Like any kind of sale, I'm working and talking on your behalf to the other party's agent. Well, in this case, that is their agent themselves. They are their own agent, right? So you've talked to that seller, and when you go out there to talk to them, for sale by owner seller, you pull this out. Say, by the way, seller, just to recap, make sure you fully understand how this works. Don't share anything confidential with me. They probably weren't going to anyway. But you're so darn charming and lovable, they're going to not be able to help themselves. So this is what you're doing with them. You're showing them this thing, helping them understand, look, I don't represent you. I've got no loyalty to you. Much as you might like me later, after we get to know each other a little bit, still, I can't protect anything you tell me. I've got to report it back to my buyer. So the only thing in that case we would be checking would be this last one, because in that case, we're only dealing with an unrepresented seller. What else are we going to take out there to them when we're meeting that unrepresented for sale by owner seller? This thing, as well as the thing that actually gets you paid. It's called an unrepresented seller agreement. It's not a listing agreement, but it's something that says, hey, seller, you are your own agent. I'm helping the buyer. Are you going to pay me a buyer agency fee? Then sign here. It's just a way for you to have proof in writing that they agreed to pay you whatever it is you charge. They might say, well, I don't want to pay you a commission. Your buyer should pay you a commission. And that's a fair comment. You'd have to figure it out. You'd have to adjust, and you'd have to tell your buyer, look, if they won't pay me directly, are you okay with paying me? Because somebody's got to pay me. If you can explain to that seller, look, seller, doesn't really matter who pays me as long as you get what you want on the bottom line. We just need to roll this commission into the purchase price so that they can finance it through their loan and I'm getting paid. And do you really care how it's routed as long as you end up with the number you want to end up with? And they usually don't. But anyway, this fourth one would be what we use in that one case. We're not probably checking any of these other boxes if what we're dealing with is a for sale by owner. And there's a similar situation down here for the buyer version. The top box, again, is the same. Don't tell me anything yet because we haven't decided how we're going to work together yet. For this disclosure, even though we're checking these boxes, or these lines, this is not the thing that hires us. That's another important testable question. This working with agents disclosure is all that is, a disclosure. You're not done when you explain buyer agency to them and they say, yeah, okay, dual agency, you can do that. And designated, that's fine too. And maybe you're checking all three. But none of that did anything except prove that you've explained to them how this thing works. What you've not yet done is actually gotten hired. You need to pull out another document, in this case called a hopefully exclusive buyer agency agreement. Then get them to sign that, and now you're carrying out the intentions of when you checked these three things, or one thing, or two, however many of these you checked. And those are their own thing. If it's a situation where the buyer's not going to have an agent, then we would just deal with this one box by itself. We're not also combining that with these other three, because what this is talking about is, for instance, you're a listing agent and a buyer calls you on your sign or an ad you run and they say, tell me about this house, and you give them the details, and then you're like, well, do you have an agent helping you? And they say, no, and I don't want one. I'll do it myself. I don't want my own agent. I know what I'm doing. I bought a house 40 years ago and I'm an expert. You say, okay, that's fine. And you might be okay with that because you don't really want to be a dual agent anyway. So could you be the only agent involved in the transaction and not be a dual agent? Is that possible for you to be the only agent? There's only you between the buyer and the seller, and your role is definitely not that of a dual agent. Is that possible? Sure it is. And this is what makes it possible. This is the thing that spells it out and acknowledges to that buyer, look, don't tell me anything. I don't represent you. Does this look familiar? Looks just like the one up here when we were talking about an unrepresented seller, right? Don't have any loyalty, don't represent you, but now we're talking about an unrepresented buyer. The agent represents the seller. Don't tell me anything confidential that you wouldn't want the seller to know. This is a way that those agents who don't want to offer dual can still be the only agent in the transaction because the buyer is unrepresented. Now, are you going to have to maybe provide some forms to them? Maybe even give them a couple of comparables from the MLS to show them what things have sold for? Sure. Is that more work than you typically have to do when it's a situation where the buyer has their own agent? Yes. But you still have to do it? Yes. Do you get paid extra? Probably not. But by doing this, you're helping your client achieve their goal of getting their house sold. And I know of agents who this is their choice. This is their preference over dual agency. If a buyer comes along without an agent and doesn't want one, they can still interact with that buyer and carry out the full transaction without any other broker. And it's not dual because the buyer signs this thing and checks the box, signs the bottom line, and we acknowledge that you, buyer, are unrepresented. Therefore, fair warning, you're out of your league. I'm an expert. You're not. You're not saying all that, but that's the idea. Don't tell me anything you don't want the seller to know. And you've got to stick by that and help probably remind them throughout the whole process and not let them fall in love with you and accidentally tell you things they think you are going to keep a secret from your client, because you got to help them understand I'm not allowed to do that. You might even like them better than your client, but still can't do it. They are unrepresented. The dual designated box in the middle is exactly the same on both. The only thing different is the first and the fourth options there. What if you've gone through this thing and they're just like crickets? Their face is completely blank. They don't get it. They're like, just not sure what any of that means. What options do you have? Is there another document you could give them to kind of help them understand it a little better? There you go. You got it. That's what the brochure was turned into. For many years, all we had was the brochure. And now we've got this too. And so they changed the name from the Working with Agents Disclosure or Working with Agents brochure to the Q&A on Working with Agents. And it's just more information, but it's not required. That's something that they like to test you on. Do you have to present this to them? No. It's just an extra resource. It's not a bad idea. There we go. And so once upon a time, this entire multi-fold brochure had a flap. The last fold was a flap, and that's what they had to sign to prove that you explained it properly or at all. But now not. No flap. And so they filled it up with a couple extra things. They talked about something we covered in CE last year, talking about racial equity and basically treating everybody the same. And then quite usefully, these figures, these drawings, because these talk about how that whole buyer agency, seller agency, dual, and then designated and this other kind of dual. So out of these 4 diagrams, we're saying, look, I'm going to help you. Another broker for a different company is going to help them. Or if it's dual, I'm going to be helping both of you. Or if it's me and another broker at my firm, we'll both be helping both of you as true dual. By the way, both of these, about to sneeze, are true dual agency. So it's not true that, it's almost there. With a true dual agency, that it's only one broker. It could be multiples, and that's what the purpose of this drawing is. Gone. And then this one, it's weird because it's changing to the other picture because I zoomed in too much, is designated. They're not holding hands. So it is a pretty effective way to explain it to somebody, and it's useful. Why not? Your BIC would probably say, just give them that too, even if they don't ask for it. That's what I would do. All right. We talked about some of these other terms. Agency is the relationship itself. The firm is the agent. Sub-agency is a couple of different possibilities. It's the difference between you and your firm. It's that relationship between a broker and the firm they work for, as well as that seller's sub-agency concept. Principal and client are the same. Customer is the one on the other side. Then we talked about old car. I think you got a pretty good grasp of that. Which of the 2 things out of old car do you owe to everybody, not just your client? Good question. Somebody says that, are you talking about the disclosure sheet or the brochure itself? The disclosure? The brochure, we don't have to get signed at all. No, because it's just a questions and answers. You don't even have to show it to them. Its only purpose is in case they need more help to understand the situation. That's the only thing that it's there for. Not a bad idea to include it in general, but it's no longer a requirement. The only requirement now is the 1 page for buyers or 1 page for seller. This thing. Just that 1 pager, what you offer, check the box, and they sign the bottom. And then if they won't sign it for some reason, just because maybe they were hurt in the past and they're just skittish right now till they get to know you a little better, then what do you do if they refuse to sign it? You slap them in the face with the brochure. That's why it's heavy and glossy. It has a little weight to it. Just kidding. Yeah, you just make a note on this thing. You just say, look, I tried. They wouldn't sign it, and you sign and date it. You need to put this in your files. Remember those files you keep for 3 years? This has to be in it for everyone. And by the way, do you think you're going to be talking to more sellers and more buyers than you actually end up getting hired by? So if the real estate commission ever came down to your firm and said, let's look at some files for her or for him, and if they see an equal number of these disclosures that match the same number of listings and buyers that you helped and closed, do you think they're going to be suspicious? Is that a good thing or a bad thing that you have the exact same number of working with agents disclosures as you do closed files? Probably not great, because it is probably unlikely that you're batting 1,000. For every person you ever talked money and motivation, what are your options to they signed with you and bought something? Probably not real. So you should have more of these than you should closed files that actually successfully closed. So you should probably have the extras of the ones that kind of got away. You talked to them, maybe you showed a house or two and they went away forever. You never heard from them again, but you did get them to sign this thing proving you explained how agency works. So you should have more of these than you do closed transaction files probably. And the commission's going to be thinking about that when they come and talk and surprise audit at your firm. Knock on wood. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Covered a bunch. Even this stuff popped out in the comments section. We, as brokers, do need to account for funds. That's part of that's part of old car. That's part of the accounting category. Act competently. That's part of the reasonable skill and care one. Deliver all offers, even the ones that are terrible, even the ones that are embarrassing and you know they're going to blow up at you. Disclose your commission from any third parties, even if it's conflict of interest type of thing. As long as your client gives you permission to take it, then you can have it. What we don't do is make false promises, undisclosed conflict of interest without I should add a phrase, without client's permission, and then improper conduct. What sorts of things could we end up dealing with if we violate these agency responsibilities? What could happen to us? The downside, the punishment. How could we be disciplined and other bad things? Yeah, something by the real estate commission for sure. They could do various things to us, reprimand, censure, suspend, revoke, but also we could be sued. Civil suits, we could also be, certain things could cause us to get criminally prosecuted. So all of these things could be consequences of breaching our duties on agency. Yeah, and part of that discipline by the commission is to public shame on the website. Yep, you got it. What does the seller owe the agent? Well, to do what they promised they would do, to let it be shown for the most part, to pay the agent. And that brings us to the topic of when did we earn it versus when did we get it? Did we earn it when we got it, or have we already earned it by the time we got it? When does an agent actually considered to have earned the commission? You got that. Got it. Ready, willing, and able buyer. That's the key. Don't forget this important term they like to test you on. Express means you are intentionally conveying your intention, your goals, right? It's it could be in writing, it could be verbal, oral. Either one is express. What express is not is the word implied, and that's not allowed. You need to communicate, just like in that relationship. But what you can't do is sit back and make them assume your role based on how you're behaving. That's implied agency, which is illegal, based on actions, not words. And don't forget this one, all agency agreements must be in writing. Even that oral buyer agency agreement never gets you paid. It's just a small little amount of the process that it can be non-written. All right. All right. I think we've hammered that in pretty good. Let's take a look at another one. Let's take a look at contracts. And this is one where they can paint out a situation with offer was made, when was it accepted, who was it communicated to, and you're just going to need to be able to track that and decide at what point did it go under contract. That's one thing they like to do with it. There we go. And here are these words again. Did you state your intentions, or are you relying on them to assume your intentions based on how you're behaving? Something else we ran into is unilateral versus bilateral. Think about stuff we've talked about tonight. What's an example of where one party is making a promise and the other party just has to kind of sit there and wait and see what that one party wants to maybe do or not do? In other words, what's an example of a unilateral contract? Good job. They like to test you on that. Option to purchase is a great example of a unilateral. One party's making promises. The one party is promising to sit there and wait while you, the buyer with the option to purchase, decides if you want to exercise it or not. Bilateral is just a straight up contract or lease or agency agreement. All of those things are types of bilateral. What's the thing called when you have the contract signed by all parties and you're still in the under contract period? Has not yet fully closed. What kind of contract is that? It's an E word. Yeah, we get that wrong a lot. Aged, old age, long-term in the business kind of brokers don't get this answer too right. It's executory, you're right. Still have things to do, still under contract. Executed means we're all done, all closed. Then we got into the V words. How can these be summed up? Tell me about V words. Valid contract versus a void versus avoidable contract. Does valid as a contract mean, mean that, was it this one? Valid contract, does that mean that it's either good or bad? It's something that can either get closed successfully or not. There it is. Yeah. Valid doesn't mean it's either good or bad. The lottery ticket is invalid if you scratch more than one place, right? You're welcome. Valid means, can you sue them over it? Do they have consequences? And in a valid contract, both sides have consequences for breaching. Either side tries to breach, there's consequences. There's stuff they've got to do. It's enforceable in court. The judge says, let me see it in writing. And you can show it. And they say, well, then it says here you're going to do this or not do that, but you didn't do that or did this. So therefore, a valid contract, there's no problems with the people involved. There's no problems with the paperwork, the written instrument or the parties themselves. You have to perform or else. Void means how many, there it is. Yeah. Void means how many, how many of the parties can walk away or breach without consequences if it's void. If it's a void contract, could either or only one of them or neither of them have to abide by the contract? The options are neither one of them have consequences for breach, both of them have consequences, or only one of them has consequences. A good example of a void contract is an oral or verbal contract. You never had one in writing. So in that case, could either party take the other party to court and have any success in winning? No, got no proof. So it's a case where a void contract, neither party can breach without, sorry, I'm even confusing myself. Either party can breach and there's no consequences. The other one, where there's one of the sides, only one can, is the voidable one. So a voidable contract, there's a problem with the people involved. A void contract, there's a problem with the paperwork. Lacks some essential element, it's not enforceable. And voidable, as you've shown me in the chat, means the 18 sane and sober. One of the parties, that one who's not 18, not sane, not sober at time of contract, could still choose to back out. Regardless of these 3 V words, could you still get to closing and everybody signs and we have a real deal, done deal, closed, bought the property? Is that possible? With any of them, void, voidable, as well as valid? Yeah, long as they show up. But any time along the way, certain of them, depending on which of these it is, potentially could walk away with no consequences, at least for far as void and voidable. Because it's all about that enforceability. When it's unenforceable, neither party can sue. Not enforceable between the parties. It's got elements of a valid contract, but closing is still possible. What are the essential elements of a contract? They like to throw that in there too. And we see this with essential elements of a lease as well. Got to be, there has to be an offer and an acceptance called mutual assent. One party offers something, the other party accepts it. They have what's called a meeting of the minds. It also needs to involve something of value called consideration. And then competent parties, and then for a lawful objective. What is that counteroffer? It's another word for a counteroffer. First and foremost, you've killed the original offer. It's a rejection. The original offer cannot be resuscitated unless the original offeror decides to allow it to be alive again. But you, the other side who countered it, cannot just say, oh, never mind, we'll go back to the original. The original offeror would have to say, okay, we'll agree to that. But they don't have to. And what constitutes a counteroffer? What sorts of changes makes it a counter? Yeah, it's just not just price. It's not just closing date. It's any change at all. So it's, as a broker, you really want to help them understand, look, do you really want to counter at all? Do you really want them to have the option to walk away, or do you, let's just lock this thing down? Just so that they understand the value, the gravity of it. How can an offer be terminated? What are some ways that an offer can be terminated? Death, okay, by either party, sure. Mutual, they could both say, let's just not do this anymore. What about if one of the party who has the offer, who has made the offer, what if they just change their mind? Are they allowed to? Can you change your mind when you've made an offer? When can you change your mind if you've made an offer? And here's a classic example on this test is anytime you see the word offer, stop, take a deep breath and think, wait a minute, are we talking about an offer or a contract? Because the answers are different depending on which of the things it is. So, offer phase. We don't have a contract yet. If we don't have a contract yet and it's still in the offer phase, can you back out of your offer at some point? And when is that point? Yeah, long as you don't have communication, you've not received communication that they have accepted it. Up until the point it's accepted and communicated that it was accepted, you can back out of your offer. Even if you put, as we saw in the test question, a deadline. You don't have to wait for your deadline that you put in. The deadline is for them to have to respond by. And if they don't respond by that deadline that you gave them, then it automatically goes away and terminates. But definitely make sure on the test you know what you're talking about, what the question is about. Is it about an offer or is it a contract? So revoking or withdrawing that offer before it's accepted or rejected by the offeree is termination. What if it's a contract, though? Now we have an actual signed, accepted contract between the parties. How does that get terminated? How can we terminate a contract? Contract is different, lot different. We can terminate a contract. The best way, our favorite way, is that it's fully executed, right? That means you got paid. Another way a contract can, I think some people are feeling the pain in the chat about mixing up these two. It's so common. Contract this time, though. Let me get that off the screen. That might help. I'll just flip to something different than the word offer. Contract terminates by, could the death of a seller terminate a contract? The seller's estate and heirs would still have to complete the sale, the contract. So that does not affect a contract. It's still a contract. But the death of a seller would kill an offer, as would the buyer's death. In the case of a contract, let me write some things down. Termination of things, offers versus contract. Seller death. Does that terminate an offer? No. I mean, yes. But not a contract. What about buyer death? Does it terminate an offer? Yes. What about a contract? Yeah, that buyer is dead, so they can't buy it anymore, especially if it's a loan. The bank's not going to give their heirs an estate the mortgage, right? Completion. Satisfactory completion. Does it terminate? No. Neither. Doesn't really apply to offer. I guess if we wanted to be semantical, we could say completion of an offer means what? Means it became a contract. In which case, yeah, the offer got terminated, but good news, it became a contract. So I don't know. I don't want to get too in the weeds on that. Death. Oh, rescind. Can we rescind? Does rescinding terminate an offer? Yes, it does. I'll just put a little marker there. Does rescinding a contract terminate a contract? Can you say, you know what? Never mind. I don't want to do this anymore. Let's think about it, though. What is due diligence period? So it depends. My favorite guy in the it depends underwear. If it's a buyer, can they rescind? Yes. At a cost. If it's a seller, can they rescind? No. If they said, never mind, I don't want to sell anymore, it's at a pretty significant cost too, called specific performance. The buyer can do the same thing, but what they're subject to losing is either or both of the checks they've written, earnest money and due diligence, depending on when they decide to back out of this thing. So that's a big fat, it depends. Can they back out of it? It depends. On the offer, they can back out as long as it's prior to acceptance. We got rescind, we got death, we got completion. Oh, they could, what about mutually agreeing to back out? Yeah, on an offer, a buyer has made an offer, a seller's thinking about that offer, and as long as no acceptances have happened, they could both say, you know what, let's just don't do this anymore. So yeah, they could mutually say, let's just let this offer go away. And the same for a contract, sure. But just because they've decided to let the contract go away, does that mean the seller no longer owes any commission? So that's a yes, but commission might still be due and payable. If you've procured a ready, willing, able, which the able part is the mystery. That's what you don't know necessarily. Was the buyer getting financing and did that loan get approved? Then yes, you got all three elements. And a judge might say, yes, they should pay you the commission if you wanted to sue them about it. But if that buyer needed to get financing and they had not yet gotten official loan approval, then you've got two of the three. And you're probably not going to have as much luck getting paid after the fact when that contract mutually dies because they agree to walk away. I think that's about it. Destruction. Property destruction. Does an offer die if the house falls apart? Sure. What about a contract? What happens to a contract if the house blows up, burns down, falls into the earth? How do we handle it when it's a contract and the property gets destroyed? got it. Good job. If the property is destroyed while we're under contract, the buyer decides what happens. So it's either going to be that the buyer walks away because they don't want to mess with it, or the buyer says, give me that insurance proceed money. I didn't really like that house anyway. I just like the neighborhood, and I'll build back what I want. And the seller's like, well, that's what I wanted to do. Well, tough. The buyer gets that choice. I think that's it. I think that's about it for termination possibilities. So that help charts like this, make some charts for things like dual, designated, this stuff, because it kind of helps you in the moment, I think, visually to recall. Yeah, the buyer could choose to say, give me the proceeds from the insurance policy in the event of the property being destroyed. They could get the insurance proceeds and move forward with the closing and rebuild whatever they want to. That the policy will cover, of course, but yeah, right. It is crazy. Here's another time one. Offers must be delivered when? As soon as possible, but not later than 3 calendar days after you receive them, but really as soon as possible. Let's just go with that. The calendar days are left over from something that Joe recommended or referenced a while ago in the chat, and that is back when we actually mailed things. But now we're emailing stuff, so ASAP, but you still do have the 3 days, calendar days built in there. And which offers must be delivered? The ones that are in a range that the seller has told you that they would like you to present to them. What if it's an offer that they're not going to like, below the level for a fact they won't sell for? Do you have to present that one? You got it. That one too. Even the ones they're going to yell at you about. They're going to yell at you because they can't yell at the other party. You're right there. Maybe, maybe not. What about an auction? If it's an auction, can you use auctioning to sell your listings? Sure. But you need an auctioneer's license. You still need the broker license. You need the auctioneer's license too. They need one of each. The person conducting the auction is the crier. They don't need a license. What does it mean when the auction is set up so that if whatever is the highest bid wins, even if it's lower than what you really want? They still win. You're not happy about it, but they get it. The highest offer gets the property, but you're not happy. You're the seller and you're not happy about that. What kind of auction is it? With a reserve or without a reserve? Yeah. You were trying to gamble as a seller and say, well, maybe if I don't have a reserve, they'll get so excited about bidding that they'll bid, and get up to a point that I'm super happy with. But that could work against you. If you want that safety net, then you'd say, yeah, okay, highest bid wins, but you have to have surpassed this minimum reserve amount. What's this thing called that says that an electronic acceptance or signature is legal? It's legal to sign a contract electronically without printing off actual paper and putting pen to paper. What's that act called? Some kind of an act. You can use the initials if you want to. The thing that allows for electronic signatures. You could even say that it's a uniform sort of act that allows for electronic transactions. Oh, it's the Uniform Electronic Transactions Act. That's what that is. Right. That says we can do this thing without killing trees. E-signatures are binding just as much as printing off and signing with wet ink. Statute of frauds means things must be in writing in order to enforce in a court of law. And certain things have to be in writing required by the statute of frauds. And those, first and foremost, are real estate contracts. Must be in writing to be enforceable. Also, leases longer than 3 years. What happens if the lease longer than 3 years is in writing, as the statute of frauds requires? What happens to that tenant if the owner sells to a new owner? Is that tenant at risk of getting kicked out if this lease that's 4 years long is in writing? Exactly. That's the whole point. It needs to be in writing to give that tenant that extra protection. If it's 3 years or less, the tenant automatically has that protection built in. That's sort of the issue there. And then that option contract, this was the night of the options. We talked about them a lot tonight. Has to be in writing to be enforceable. Somebody mentioned the Connor Act. What's the difference between the statute of frauds and the Connor Act? And then we're calling it. Statute of frauds says must be in writing to be enforceable. The Connor Act says things that are within the Connor Act needs to be recorded to protect against what? Third-party claims. Somebody coming along and saying, yeah, I own this too. So keep those straight. They can get mixed up in the fatigue of the battle. Okay, to-do list, next steps. Take that practice final and any other practice exams you can get your hands on between now and Wednesday. I'll go through and think about what we did last night and tonight, and we will review those things we didn't cover yet. The high ticket items. Send me things, questions, topics you want to cover so I can really make efficient, because that time is going to go by fast next Wednesday. Because Thursday there's no let's spend an hour reviewing and then start the test. It'll be a few minutes, but it's not going to be just a whole massive review effort on Thursday. We're getting right down to it because you need the time. So tell me what you need, and I wish you the very best. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you on Wednesday. We'll talk about that final and whatever else you want to.